Story 1. My husband left me because my mother-in-law said I wasn't worthy of their family. But once they saw who I became, they came back begging for help. Looking back now, I can pinpoint the exact moment I should have walked away. It wasn't when his mother first made that comment about my accent being charming but not quite right for their circles. It wasn't even when she asked what my father did for a living with that particular tone that made it clear she already knew and disapproved. No. The moment I should have recognized everything for what it was came 3 months before our wedding during what was supposed to be a simple family dinner. I'd been with him for 3 years at that point. 3 years of what I genuinely believed was love. We met at a community event, one of those awkward networking mixers where nobody really wants to be there. He was different from anyone I'd dated before. More polished, more confident. His family had money. The kind that doesn't announce itself with flashy cars or designer labels, but shows up in yacht club memberships and casual mentions of the house in the Hamptons. I came from a normal middle-class background. My dad was a high school teacher. My mom worked in healthcare administration. We were comfortable, but we weren't country club comfortable. The warning signs were there from the beginning. I just didn't want to see them. The first time I met his parents, his mother had looked me up and down in a way that made me feel like a specimen under a microscope. She'd asked where I went to college with this hopeful lilt in her voice, and when I named my state school, something flickered across her face. Disappointment, maybe, or confirmation of something she'd already suspected. His father had been kinder, asking about my major and my career plans with what seemed like genuine interest. But I caught him glancing at his wife, reading her reactions, adjusting his warmth accordingly. I remember leaving that first dinner feeling like I'd failed a test I didn't know I was taking. My boyfriend, he assured me it went well, that his parents liked me, but there was something hollow in his voice, something that should have told me he was trying to convince himself as much as me. His mother tolerated me at first. She was always civil, always smiling, but there was something calculating behind her eyes, like she was waiting for me to prove her suspicions correct, whatever those were. I tried so hard to win her over. I researched etiquette online, watching videos about which fork to use and how to hold a wine glass properly. I dressed carefully for family events, spending money I didn't really have on clothes that looked expensive without actually being expensive. I learned about their interests, reading up on classical music and golf and whatever charity organizations his mother was involved with that month. I thought if I just worked hard enough, showed her how much I loved her son, she'd eventually accept me. I volunteered to help with family events, always arrived with a hostess gift, remembered birthdays and anniversaries. I made myself smaller, quieter, more palatable. When his mother made subtle digs about my career, I laughed them off. When she corrected my pronunciation of foreign words, I thanked her for the education. When she suggested I might want to consider elevating my wardrobe, I nodded and took notes. Looking back, I can see how exhausting it all was. How much energy I spent trying to transform myself into someone worthy of their approval. My best friend noticed, kept asking why I was changing, why I seemed so anxious all the time. I told her it was just wedding stress, normal adjustment to joining a new family. But it wasn't normal. It was slowly eroding who I was piece by piece, and I was too in love to notice. The dinner happened on a Saturday in June. They'd invited us to their house, one of those sprawling properties with a name instead of just an address. His mother had insisted on cooking, which should have been my first red flag because she never cooked. They had people for that, but she wanted it to be intimate. Just the 4 of us, her, his father, him, and me. Everything started pleasantly enough. His father asked about my job, and I was excited to share that I'd just been given more responsibilities at work. I was managing a small team at a mid-sized company. Nothing glamorous, but I was proud of what I'd accomplished. His mother smiled through the conversation, but I noticed she kept steering topics back to their family friends, people with titles and surnames I was supposed to recognize. Then came the moment that changed everything. We were clearing the table, his mother and I, carrying dishes to the kitchen while the men stayed in the dining room talking about something business-related. The second we were alone, her entire demeanor shifted. The polite mask dropped, and what replaced it was cold surgical precision. "We need to talk about your wedding," she said, not looking at me, just methodically scraping plates into the disposal. "Of course," I replied, thinking she wanted to discuss venue details or guest lists. I've been meaning to ask your opinion on the... I don't think this marriage should happen. I actually laughed. I thought she was joking, maybe testing me in some weird way wealthy people test their future daughters-in-law. But when I saw her face, completely serious, the laugh died in my throat. I'm sorry. What? She turned to face me fully then, and I'll never forget the look in her eyes. Not angry, not even particularly emotional, just matter-of-fact. Like she was explaining basic mathematics to a slow student. You're a nice girl. Really, you are. But you're not what he needs. You don't come from the right families. Your father's a teacher. Your mother works in healthcare. That's fine. It's respectable, but it doesn't help him. He needs connections. Someone whose family name opens doors. The words landed hard, each one carefully chosen. She wasn't yelling or being dramatic, just stating facts as she saw them. I love him, I managed to say, my voice shaking. Doesn't that matter? Of course it matters, but love isn't enough when you're building a life at this level. He needs a partner who brings something to the table beyond feelings. Someone who understands how this world works because they grew up in it. I stood there holding a serving platter, my hands trembling. Part of me wanted to throw it at her. Part of me wanted to scream, but mostly I just felt humiliated. Because even as angry as I was, some small part of me wondered if she had a point. All those moments I'd felt out of place at their events. All those times I'd said the wrong thing or worn the wrong outfit. Were they proof that I didn't belong? Does he know you're saying this? I finally managed, my throat tight. He knows I have concerns, and I think deep down he shares them. He's just too kind to say so. He's been raised to be a gentleman, but kindness isn't always wisdom. I set the platter down carefully, afraid my shaking hands would drop it. I think I should go. I think that would be best. Tell him you're not feeling well. We can pretend this conversation never happened and you can end things gracefully over the next few weeks. He'll be hurt initially, but he'll recover and you'll find someone more suitable for your situation. I walked back into the dining room. My fiancé looked up, smiling, completely oblivious to the fact that his mother had just eviscerated our relationship in the kitchen. I told him I wasn't feeling well, which was technically true. He offered to drive me home, but I insisted on calling a car. I needed to be alone. That night, I didn't tell him what his mother said. I kept waiting for the right moment, for the courage, for something. Instead, I started noticing things I'd been too in love to see before. The way he'd mentioned casually that his business partner's wife went to the same prep school as his sister. The way he'd sometimes wince when I'd use a phrase that was too casual for formal dinners. The way he'd gently correct my pronunciation of certain words, always with a laugh, always framed as helpful. The second dinner happened 2 weeks later. His mother called and invited me specifically, claiming she wanted to apologize for being stressed at the last dinner. I knew it was a trap, but I went anyway because I was still in that phase where I thought I could fix everything, where I believed love conquered all obstacles, including snobbery and classism. This time, she waited until her son left to pick up wine from their cellar. It took him exactly 12 minutes to go down, select a bottle, and return. In those 12 minutes, she systematically destroyed every illusion I had about my future with this family. I've had time to think, she started, keeping her voice low, and I need to be direct. My son needs someone who can help him professionally. Someone from the right families. You understand what I'm saying, don't you? Not really. No. His father and I have spent generations building connections. He needs a wife who already has those relationships. Someone people know. You'd be starting from zero. That's not fair to him. Not fair to him? What about what's fair to me? She waved that off like it was irrelevant. You seem like a nice person, but nice isn't enough. He needs strategic advantage. Can you give him that? When he came back with the wine, I gave him an ultimatum right there at the table. Me or his mother's approval. Choose. His father looked uncomfortable. Actually started to say something like, now, let's all just... But his mother cut him off with a look. My ex looked confused and cornered. That's not fair, my ex said. You're making me pick sides when there don't need to be sides. Your mother just told me I'm not good enough for your family, that I'll hold you back. So yes, there are sides. Which one are you on? His father tried again. I think we should all take a breath. But my ex was already looking at his mother, then at me, then back at his mother. And in that moment of hesitation, in those few seconds of silence, while his father's attempted intervention died in the air, I had my answer. Maybe, he started slowly, painfully, maybe Mom has a point about us being from different worlds. Not that you're not good enough, he added quickly, seeing my face. Just that we want different things, need different things. I took off the ring right there, set it on the table next to the expensive wine I'd never drink. His mother didn't even try to hide her relief. His father looked away and my fiancé just sat there, not stopping me, not fighting for us, not doing anything except proving his mother right about one thing. He wasn't strong enough to stand up for what he wanted. I walked out of that house and didn't look back. The next few weeks were a blur of canceled vendors, awkward explanations to confused friends who'd already bought dresses and booked hotels, and sleeping on my best friend's couch. She was furious on my behalf, wanted me to tell everyone what his mother had said, post on social media, make sure everyone knew exactly what kind of people they were. But I couldn't. I was too humiliated, too defeated, too busy wondering if maybe they were right about me all along. I just wanted to disappear. I spent my days at work pretending everything was fine, deflecting questions about wedding plans with vague answers about postponing and reconsidering. At night, I'd lie on that lumpy couch and replay every moment of the relationship, looking for signs I'd missed, ways I'd failed, proof that I'd never been good enough in the first place. The worst part was the silence from him. No calls, no texts, no attempts to fix things or even explain. Just nothing. Like our 3 years together could be erased with a conversation and a returned ring. I kept expecting him to show up, to tell me he'd made a mistake, to fight for us. But he never did. And that absence said more than any conversation could have. My best friend, bless her soul, wouldn't let me wallow forever. After 2 weeks of watching me mope around in pajamas, barely eating, jumping every time my phone buzzed with hope that it might be him, she physically dragged me out of her apartment. "You're not staying on my couch forever," she declared, practically pushing me into her car. "And you're not going to let those pretentious people take up any more space in your head. We're finding you an apartment today." "I can't afford anything decent," I protested weakly. "Not after losing the deposits on the wedding venue. So you'll live somewhere small. So what? At least it'll be yours. Your space, your rules, no judgment from anyone about whether you're fancy enough to exist there." We spent that Saturday looking at apartments in my budget, which meant tiny and old, but livable. My best friend had opinions about all of them, pointing out weird smells and suspicious stains and questionable neighborhoods. But when we walked into a small one-bedroom on the 3rd floor of a building with peeling paint, but good bones, something clicked. "This one," I said, standing in the empty living room with sunlight streaming through the windows. "Really? The kitchen's tiny and there's no dishwasher." "And this one," I repeated, "it's mine. Nobody else's, just mine." We found a small one-bedroom in an okay neighborhood. Nothing fancy, but it was mine. The security deposit took most of my savings along with the money I'd lost on wedding deposits I couldn't recover, and I had to buy furniture secondhand from online marketplaces and thrift stores. My best friend helped me move in with her boyfriend's truck, and we spent a whole weekend assembling mismatched furniture and hanging curtains I'd found on clearance. Standing in that empty apartment on move-in day, I cried. Not sad tears exactly, more like released tears. This space wasn't impressive or elegant or likely to appear in any home magazine. But it was mine, truly mine, and nobody here cared whether I was ordinary or not. Slowly, piece by piece, I built something that felt like home. Work became my refuge. In those early months, I threw myself into projects with a dedication bordering on obsessive, volunteering for extra assignments, staying late, coming in early. If I was working, I wasn't thinking about him or his family or the future I'd lost. If I was busy, I wasn't wondering what was wrong with me. My manager noticed. She pulled me aside one day, concern written across her face, and asked if everything was okay, if I was dealing with something. I gave her the abbreviated, sanitized version, broken engagement, starting over, using work to stay focused. She nodded like she understood more than I was saying, like maybe she'd been there herself once. I appreciate your dedication, she said carefully. But don't burn yourself out trying to outrun whatever you're feeling. Sometimes you have to let yourself feel it. She was right, of course, but feeling it hurt too much, so I kept running. 3 months after the breakup, my best friend decided I'd been a hermit long enough and dragged me to a party. I didn't want to go. The thought of making small talk and pretending to be okay exhausted me before we even left her car. But she wouldn't take no for an answer. You've been a recluse long enough, she insisted, already pulling into the parking lot. You're coming. You're wearing something that isn't work clothes and you're going to talk to at least 3 new people who aren't me. Those are the non-negotiable rules. The party was at someone's apartment. Too many people crammed into too small a space. Music too loud for real conversation. I immediately regretted coming and was calculating how long I had to stay before I could politely escape when I saw him near the kitchen, looking as uncomfortable as I felt. He was tall, had kind eyes, and was very clearly trying to figure out his own exit strategy. We made eye contact accidentally, and something about his expression of mutual misery made me smile. You don't want to be here either, I said. Not really a question. Is it that obvious? He replied, laughing. I thought I was hiding it better. You're doing terribly. I could spot a fellow escapee from across the room. In my defense, I was specifically told I couldn't leave before 10 o'clock, and I've been watching the clock like it holds the secrets of the universe. We ended up talking for the rest of the party, first in that kitchen corner, then on the apartment balcony where it was quieter. He worked in environmental consulting, something about sustainability assessments for corporations, and he talked about it with genuine passion that was refreshing. No pretense, no name-dropping, just someone who clearly cared about what he did. He asked about my work because he was actually interested, not because he was evaluating whether it was impressive enough. He laughed at my jokes without analyzing whether they were appropriate for mixed company. He didn't comment on my clothes or my pronunciation or ask about my family background. He just talked to me like I was a person worth talking to, and it was the most comfortable I'd felt with someone new in years. When the party ended, we exchanged numbers for coffee. He said, "If you want, no pressure. Just you seem cool, and I'd like to talk to you more when there isn't terrible music and overcrowding involved." Our first date was coffee on a Sunday morning at a local cafe where the barista knew his order and the chairs were mismatched but comfortable. We sat there for 4 hours talking about everything and nothing. He told me about growing up in the suburbs with parents who were still happily married after 30 years, about his sister who taught elementary school, about his college years studying environmental science. His life sounded wonderfully, beautifully normal. I told him some of my story, the edited version at first, broken engagement, starting over, figuring things out. He didn't pry for details I wasn't ready to share, didn't analyze every word I said for hidden meaning. He just listened and occasionally said things like, "That sounds really hard," or, "You seem to be handling it well," without trying to fix me or offer unsolicited advice. For the first time since the breakup, I went an entire afternoon without thinking about my ex. Felt like freedom, like breathing after being underwater too long. We took things slowly after that. After everything with my ex, I was cautious, scared to trust my own judgment again. What if I was wrong about this person, too? What if I was missing red flags again? But the more time I spent with him, the more I realized this felt different. Felt real in a way that didn't require constant translation or interpretation. He was exactly who he presented himself to be. No hidden agendas, no family politics to navigate, no tests to pass. When he said he'd call, he called. When he made plans, he kept them. When I had a bad day, he listened without trying to solve it or minimize it. Simple things, basic things, but they felt revolutionary. After years of second-guessing everything, around month 4, right when things were getting serious, my promotion came through. I'd been at the company for 5 years, and my dedication, all those late nights and extra projects, had finally paid off in ways I never expected. They created a new senior position and offered it to me. The salary increase was significant enough that I actually gasped when I saw the offer letter. Not wealthy by any means, but enough that I could finally breathe, could actually save money instead of living paycheck to paycheck, could stop buying everything secondhand, and treat myself occasionally without guilt. My manager pulled me into her office to give me the news personally. "You've earned this," she said simply. "Your work speaks for itself, and the leadership team agrees you're ready for this next level. Congratulations." I called my best friend first, ugly crying in the parking lot from relief and joy and the sheer overwhelming validation of it all. Then I called my new boyfriend, who answered on the first ring like he'd been waiting. "So," I said, trying to steady my voice, "remember how I said I was hoping for a promotion?" "You got it." He said it as fact, not a question, like he'd never doubted it for a second. "I got it." His whoop of joy through the phone made me laugh and cry harder. "We're celebrating tonight, wherever you want." He took me to dinner at a good restaurant. Not anywhere fancy or trying too hard, just a solid place where the food was excellent, and we could hear each other talk. He was more excited than I was, genuinely proud of me in a way that felt uncomplicated and pure. No calculations about what it meant for his status or career, no evaluation of whether my success enhanced or threatened him, just pure happiness that I'd achieved something I'd worked hard for. "You know what this means?" he said, grinning over dessert. "You can finally get a couch that isn't held together by hope and duct tape." I laughed for the first time in what felt like forever. Really laughed. The kind that makes your stomach hurt. And then the tears came because I realized how much I'd been holding in, how long I'd been just surviving instead of living. He reached across the table and took my hand, not saying anything, just being there. And that was enough. That was everything. He came over that weekend and helped me assemble new furniture. Cheap stuff from a big box store. But it was new and it was mine and I'd chosen it without anyone's approval. We put together shelves and a bookcase, and he made terrible jokes about the wordless instruction diagrams, and my apartment slowly stopped feeling like a temporary landing spot and started feeling like home. 6 months after the breakup, I was actually happy. Not pretending, not performing, but genuinely content with my life. The thought of my ex and his family still stung, but it was becoming background noise instead of the main soundtrack. I was building something real, something that belonged to me. Then the universe decided I'd had enough peace. I was shopping for work clothes at a department store downtown. My promotion meant more client meetings and I needed to look the part. I literally bumped into someone while looking at blazers. When I looked up to apologize, I recognized her vaguely. She'd been at a few of my ex's family events. One of those peripheral connections who always seemed to know everyone's business. "Oh my goodness," she exclaimed, clearly delighted to have stumbled into drama. "I haven't seen you in forever. How are you doing?" I could have walked away. Should have, but something about her expression told me she had information. And despite knowing better, I wanted to know. "I'm doing well," I said cautiously. She leaned in conspiratorially like we were close friends instead of near strangers. "I'm glad to hear that because I heard things have been difficult for him lately. Lost his job, I think. Financial troubles. I don't know all the details, but..." She trailed off meaningfully. It was gossip, probably half true at best, but it planted a seed of unease that I couldn't shake. I shouldn't have cared. I'd moved on. I was happy. His problems weren't my problems anymore. But I'd be lying if I said it didn't affect me. There was a tiny petty part of me that felt vindicated and a larger part that just felt sad about the whole situation. A week later, I was at dinner with my boyfriend at a nice restaurant. Nothing too fancy, but definitely nicer than our usual spots. We were celebrating his birthday, and I'd made a reservation at this place he'd been wanting to try. We were halfway through our meal, laughing about something, when I felt the energy in the room shift. His mother was standing at the entrance being seated by the hostess. She spotted me almost immediately. Her eyes widened for a fraction of a second. Then she composed herself and to my absolute horror started walking toward our table. "What a lovely surprise," she said, her voice dripping with that same false warmth I remembered. "You look wonderful. Life must be treating you well." My boyfriend looked at me, clearly confused about who this woman was and why I'd gone rigid in my seat. I managed to introduce them without much detail. This is my ex's mother. Oh, don't hold the past against me, she said, laughing lightly. I always liked you, dear. Just because things didn't work out with my son doesn't mean we can't be civil. How's your career going? I heard you got a promotion. That's wonderful. Really wonderful. The fact that she knew about my promotion sent chills down my spine. How did she know? Who was feeding her information about my life? I should let you two enjoy your dinner, she continued, and I could see her eyes taking in everything about my boyfriend, calculating, assessing. It was so good to see you looking so happy. You've really landed on your feet. She walked away to her own table, but the damage was done. My appetite vanished, the celebration feeling tainted. My boyfriend reached across the table and took my hand. You okay? He asked quietly. She told me I wasn't good enough for her family, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. She said I was too ordinary, that I didn't have the right connections. And now she acts like we're old friends running into each other. I don't understand what game she's playing. She's not playing a game with you, he said, and there was something surprisingly insightful in his voice. She's playing one with herself, rewriting history so she doesn't have to feel bad about whatever role she played. Just ignore her. But ignoring her was easier said than done. A few days later, I got a message from my ex's brother. We'd always gotten along during my relationship with his brother. He was younger, less caught up in the family drama. His message was apologetic and concerning in equal measure. I'm sorry about my mom approaching you at that restaurant. She had no right. I think you should know that things are worse than they appear with my brother. I can't get into all the details, but please be careful if she tries to contact you again. She's desperate, and desperate people do desperate things. You were right to walk away when you did. I stared at that message for a long time, not sure how to respond. Finally, I just thanked him and said I hoped his brother got whatever help he needed. I didn't ask for details. I didn't want to know. Whatever was happening with my ex was not my responsibility, not my problem, not my concern. But the universe apparently disagreed. Over the next week, I felt like I was being watched. Nothing concrete, just that prickly sensation of eyes on you. I'd catch myself looking over my shoulder in parking lots, scanning crowds and coffee shops. My boyfriend noticed I was jumpy, and I tried to play it off as work stress, but I don't think he bought it. Then came the voicemail. I didn't recognize the number, so I let it go to voicemail. When I listened to it later, I almost dropped my phone. It was his mother, but not the composed, calculating woman I remembered. This voice was raw, desperate, almost unhinged. Please call me back. We need to talk about my son. He needs help. Real help. And I think you might be the only one who can get through to him. I know I said some terrible things before, unforgivable things, but I was wrong. You were good for him. You made him better. And without you, he's falling apart. Please just give me a chance to explain. Please. The message went on for almost 2 minutes, her voice breaking multiple times, begging. I deleted it immediately, my hands shaking, but within an hour, another call came, then another, then text from a different number, clearly her, saying she just wanted 5 minutes of my time. I blocked the numbers, but more kept coming. She was relentless, using different phones, finding ways around my blocks. Finally, in frustration and against every instinct telling me not to, I sent a single text response. Stop calling. If you need to talk, we can meet for coffee once. Then, no more contact ever. Her response came in seconds. Agreement, gratitude, a time and place suggestion so fast it made me nauseous. She'd been waiting for me to crack. I met her at a coffee shop far from my apartment during lunch hour when there would be plenty of people around. Safety in crowds and all that. She was already there when I arrived and I barely recognized her. The perfectly coiffed hair was limp. The designer outfit replaced with something rumpled and ordinary. She looked like she'd aged 10 years in the 6 months since I'd last seen her up close. Thank you for coming, she said, gripping her coffee cup like it was the only thing keeping her grounded. I know I have no right to ask anything of you after what I said, after how I treated you. You don't, I agreed flatly. So, let's skip the apologies and get to why we're here. She flinched but nodded. Then, she started talking, and it was like watching a dam break. Her son had been struggling for over a year, she admitted. Even before we broke up, he'd been making questionable decisions at work, distracted and unfocused. After I left, it got worse. He was fired within 3 months for missing deadlines and showing up drunk. He'd taken out personal loans against their advice to invest in a business venture with someone who turned out to be less legitimate than advertised. When that collapsed 8 months ago, the debt started piling up. He's been living at home for 6 months now, she said quietly. And he's drinking heavily every night. We've tried to help, but he won't listen. Just keeps saying he destroyed his own life. I sat there processing this timeline. 1.5 years of steady decline. Not the rapid collapse I'd imagined. It made more sense, though it didn't change anything. I think you're the only person he ever really listened to. I think if you talked to him, showed him you don't hate him, maybe he could find a way forward. Let me be very clear, I said slowly, deliberately. I am not responsible for his choices or his mental health. I am not a magical cure for his problems, and I am definitely not getting back together with him to make you feel better about how things turned out. I'm not asking for that, she said quickly, though I could see in her eyes that somewhere deep down that was exactly what she was hoping for. I'm just asking you to talk to him as a friend, as someone who cares. I don't care, I said, and I meant it. Not anymore. I can't afford to. I've built a life without him, a good life, and I'm not going to let his crisis pull me back into that world. I'm sorry he's struggling. I genuinely am. But I cannot be part of his recovery. That's not fair to him, to me, or to the life I've built. I stood up to leave and she grabbed my wrist, desperate. Please, I know I was wrong about you. I know I said horrible things. My son made a terrible mistake listening to me. Doesn't that mean anything? It means you'll say whatever you need to say to get what you want, I replied, pulling my arm free. Just like before. Get your son professional help. A therapist, someone trained for this. Not his ex. I walked out of that coffee shop and immediately called my boyfriend. I needed to hear his voice, needed to remember what healthy looked like. He picked up on the first ring and just the sound of his hello made me feel steadier. That night, I got a long message from my ex himself. Not orchestrated by his mother this time. I could tell by the writing style and the raw honesty of it. He apologized for everything, for listening to his mother, for not fighting for us, for letting me walk away, for being too weak to stand up for what we had. He said watching me move on while he fell apart had been the wake-up call he needed to see how wrong he'd been about everything. I chose status over love, prestige over happiness, my mother's approval over my own heart, and I've paid for it every single day since. I'm not asking you to take me back. I don't deserve that. I'm just asking you to know that you were right about everything. And I was the fool who couldn't see it until it was too late. I hope your new boyfriend knows how lucky he is. I hope someone is finally treating you the way you deserved to be treated all along. It was one of the most honest, vulnerable things he'd ever written to me, and it changed nothing. I wrote back a simple response. I forgive you for how things ended. I appreciate the apology, but we both need to move forward separately. I hope you get the help you need, but I can't be part of that process. Please don't contact me again. I wish you well. Truly, his brother sent me one more message a few days later. Their mother was pushing hard for his brother to win me back, seeing me as some kind of magic solution to all their problems. He wanted me to know that his brother's issues went deeper than just depression and alcohol. There were other substances involved, other problems they'd been hiding. He wanted me to be prepared in case things escalated, and he was sorry I was being dragged back into their family mess. I thanked him for the warning and told him the same thing I'd told everyone else. I'd moved on and they needed to respect that. Then I blocked his number, too. Felt harsh but necessary. Every connection to that family was a potential entry point for more drama, and I needed to seal all the doors. The next few weeks were harder than I expected. Not because I wanted my ex back or regretted my decision, but because the whole situation had infected my peace. At work, colleagues started asking subtle questions about my personal life after someone mentioned seeing some kind of scene in the parking lot. I had no idea what they were talking about until someone described a woman matching his mother's description hanging around my car. One afternoon, my best friend noticed I was jumpy again, flinching at every text notification, checking over my shoulder constantly. The confidence I'd rebuilt was cracking under the pressure of being watched, contacted, pursued. My boyfriend finally sat me down one night after I practically jumped out of my skin when his phone buzzed. "Talk to me," he said gently. "And I mean really talk to me. Not the edited version you think I need to hear." So, I told him everything. The messages, the desperate contact attempts, the feeling of being hunted. I told him I felt guilty for being happy while my ex was suffering, frustrated that my peace was being invaded, and angry that I cared at all. I told him I was scared that somehow I'd get pulled back into that world, that his mother's manipulation would find some crack in my armor. I keep thinking about what she said, I admitted, about me being ordinary, and part of me wonders if she was right, if I don't belong in those elevated circles, and if that makes me less somehow. He was quiet for a moment, then said something that changed my perspective entirely. The people who belong in those circles are the ones who think other people are ordinary. You escaped that mindset. That doesn't make you ordinary. That makes you smart. We spent the rest of that night making practical plans. I blocked every possible contact method I could think of, changed my routes to and from work, started avoiding places I used to frequent with my ex. We talked about me moving in with him earlier than planned if things escalated. What felt like common-sense safety measures also felt like admitting defeat, like letting them win by making me change my life to avoid them. But my boyfriend reframed it. It's not about them winning. It's about you protecting your peace. That's not weakness. That's wisdom. I wanted to believe him. Some days I did. Other days I just felt exhausted by the whole thing. Why couldn't they just leave me alone? Why was my existence as a happy, successful, moved-on person such a threat to them? Why couldn't they accept that sometimes relationships end and people go their separate ways and that's okay? The answer came in the form of his mother appearing in my office parking lot on a Tuesday afternoon. I was walking to my car after a particularly long day, thinking about what to make for dinner when I saw her. She was standing next to my vehicle, holding what looked like a folder or envelope, her expression desperate and determined. "Please don't run away," she called out as soon as she saw me. "Just hear me out. 5 minutes." I froze, acutely aware that several of my colleagues were in the parking lot getting into their own cars, witnessing this scene. This was my professional space, my refuge, and she'd invaded it. "You need to leave," I said as firmly as I could manage. "I have his resume," she said, holding up the folder. "You're doing so well at your company. You have influence now. If you could just put in a word, help him get an interview. Give him a chance to start rebuilding." "Absolutely not. Leave now, please. You don't understand how bad it is. His father's heart can't take the stress. We might lose everything. You're doing well now. You could help him get back on his feet. Just an interview. That's all I'm asking." The nerve of it. This woman who'd told me I wasn't good enough now asking me to use my success to help her son. "I'm calling security," I said, pulling out my phone. She stepped back, actually shocked. "I'm just asking for basic compassion." "You want compassion now after what you said to me? No. You don't get to decide when I matter based on what I can do for you." I got in my car and drove away, hands shaking so badly I had to pull over after a few blocks to collect myself. I called my company's security office and reported the incident. I called my boyfriend and told him what happened. Then I cried because I was so angry and so tired of all of this. That night, a handwritten letter appeared under my apartment door. The violation hit harder than anything else had. She'd found where I lived. Later, I pieced together that she probably followed me from work that day after I drove away. Or maybe she'd been doing it for weeks, learning my routines. It's not hard to trail someone if you're determined enough, and she was clearly desperate. The thought of her car behind mine, watching me pull into my parking spot, following me to my building, made my skin crawl. The letter was several pages long, alternating between emotional manipulation and subtle accusations. She was trying to save her family, and I could help but wouldn't. Didn't I feel any responsibility for my role in her son's downfall? Didn't I care that my rejection had triggered his spiral? Couldn't I see that my success was somehow connected to his failure, as if the universe had taken from him to give to me? It was delusional, manipulative, and exhausting. I took photos of it as documentation and then threw it away. Within days, new social media accounts appeared, messaging me through platforms I'd forgotten I even had. Emails from addresses I didn't recognize, all with the same desperate pleas and guilt trips. My ex's brother reached out one final time, apologizing for his mother's behavior and offering to intervene. He said he could talk to her more forcefully, involve his father, do whatever I needed to make her stop. I appreciated the offer but declined. Getting more involved with that family, even with good intentions from him, would only prolong the nightmare. Instead, I documented everything. I spoke with a lawyer friend who helped me understand my options. I alerted my workplace security about the situation. I changed passwords, locked down social media, and made sure my boyfriend knew the full extent of what was happening. These weren't fun steps to take, but they were necessary. My boyfriend moved in temporarily. Just until things calmed down, we told ourselves. Having him there helped immensely. I wasn't jumping at every sound or checking the locks obsessively. I'd spoken with a lawyer friend about getting a restraining order. She walked me through the process, explained what I'd need. But here's the thing they don't tell you. Getting a restraining order means going to court, facing them, reliving everything in front of a judge, creating a permanent public record. And at that point, it had only been letters and phone calls. Annoying, invasive, but not technically threatening enough to guarantee approval. My lawyer friend said I had a case, but it wasn't a slam dunk. And the process would take weeks during which they'd know I was pursuing legal action, which could escalate things. So I did what I could without court involvement. Documented everything, alerted building security with photos of his mother and ex, changed all my passwords and had my boyfriend stay over. I told myself if they showed up in person again, that would be the line. That would be when I'd file. I should have filed anyway. That's the thing about boundaries. You set them and then you second-guess yourself. Wonder if you're overreacting. Hope it'll just stop on its own. 3 weeks passed with no contact. I started to breathe easier. I went to the beach with my best friend for a long weekend. The first real break I'd taken in over a year. We laughed about old times, made new memories, and I felt like myself again. The version of myself that wasn't defined by my ex or his family or any of that drama. Just me living my life happy. One evening, my boyfriend took me to meet his parents for dinner. I'd met them briefly before, but this felt more official somehow. I was nervous, old anxieties about not being good enough creeping back in. But his mother asked about my work with genuine interest. No agenda behind the questions. His father told terrible dad jokes, and everyone groaned and laughed. They treated me like a person, not a prospect, like someone their son cared about, not a strategic acquisition. Sitting at that dinner table, watching this normal, functional family interact with basic kindness and respect, I realized how toxic my previous relationship had really been. Not just the end, but the whole thing. The constant evaluation, the feeling that I was always on probation, the exhausting performance of being good enough. I thought that was normal, that all families operated that way, but they didn't. Some families just accepted people. When we left that night, I cried in the car. I cried happy tears this time. My boyfriend held my hand and didn't ask questions. Just let me feel whatever I needed to feel. For the first time in almost a year, the future felt more real than the past. I could see it, could imagine it, could believe in it, and it looked nothing like the life I'd thought I wanted before. The peace lasted exactly 11 more days. We were having dinner at my apartment. Nothing fancy, just pasta and wine and easy conversation about our days, when someone started pounding on the door. Not knocking politely, pounding, aggressive, desperate, drunk pounding that rattled the frame. I knew who it was before I even stood up. Some part of me had been expecting this moment, waiting for the other shoe to drop, knowing that desperate people eventually escalate. My boyfriend moved to stand beside me as I approached the door, his hand on my lower back, steadying me. Through the peephole, I saw my ex swaying slightly in the hallway, clearly intoxicated, his clothes disheveled. His mother stood behind him, one hand on his shoulder, trying to steady him or maybe control him. Her expression a mix of determination and desperation. The sight would have been pathetic if it wasn't so violating, so terrifying in its implications. "Open the door!" My ex slurred loudly enough for the whole floor to hear, his words running together. "We need to talk. You can't just ignore me forever. You can't just pretend I don't exist. You owe me a conversation at least. 3 years. You owe me something for 3 years." "I don't owe you anything," I called back through the door, my voice steadier than I felt, adrenaline sharpening my words. "You need to leave now. 5 minutes. Just give me 5 goddamn minutes to explain everything. To show you I've changed. To tell you what I should have said when I had the chance, please." His voice cracked on the last word, genuine pain breaking through the alcohol. His mother's voice cut in sharper, more controlled, the manipulation instinct kicking in. "Even now, we just want to talk like reasonable adults. Surely you can give us that much after everything we meant to each other, after being practically part of our family for 3 years." My boyfriend pulled out his phone, his jaw tight. "I'm calling the police," he said loudly enough for them to hear, his finger already hovering over the screen. There was a beat of silence, then more pounding, harder this time. "You're really going to do that to me after everything we were to each other? You're going to call the cops like I'm some dangerous stranger, like I'm nothing to you? You are a stranger now," I said, my voice gaining strength from my boyfriend's presence beside me. "And you're trespassing, and you're drunk. Leave now or the police will make you leave." More pounding, then his mother's voice again, trying a different tactic, the weaponized compassion that had probably worked on him his whole life. "He's not well. Can't you see that? Can't you hear it in his voice? He needs help. He needs someone who understands him. You knew him better than anyone. Can't you have a little compassion? A little humanity? He needs professional help," I responded, pressing my hand against the door like I could push them away through it. "Not me. There are therapists, counselors, programs designed for exactly this. But I cannot be part of his recovery. It's not healthy for him or for me. Please go." Then something unexpected happened. My ex's voice changed, became clearer somehow, more sober, like the desperation had burned through some of the alcohol haze. "You were right," he said quietly, and I could hear him closer to the door now, maybe leaning against it. "About everything. About my mother, about us, about all of it. I should have defended you. I should have chosen you. I should have told her to go to hell and married you anyway. And I didn't. And I've regretted it every single day since. Every single day. I hope your new boyfriend knows how lucky he is. I hope someone is finally treating you the way you deserved to be treated all along." The apology might have been sincere, but the context made it manipulation. Standing outside my door drunk with his mother as backup, demanding access to my home and my life and my emotional energy. That wasn't genuine remorse. That was desperation, wearing an apology as a costume, trying to find any angle that might work. Then his mother must have seen my boyfriend through the peephole or maybe saw our shadows under the door because her tone shifted again, sharpening into accusation. "There's someone else already. How long has this been going on?" The accusation was absurd. "I met him months after we broke up. Not that I owe you explanations." My ex tried to look through the peephole, pressing close to the door. When he realized what his mother had said, when it sank in that I'd actually moved on, something broke. I could hear it in the silence that followed. Then he turned on his mother. His voice was different, louder, angrier than I'd ever heard it. "This is your fault. You know that, right? She left because of you. Because you couldn't just let me be happy. Had to make everything about the family name and connections and all that." His mother sounded stunned. "I was protecting you. You were controlling me and I let you. I actually let you ruin my life because I was too weak to tell you no." There was a thud like he'd hit or leaned heavily against the wall. "Look at us. We're standing outside her door begging. Begging while she's in there with some guy who probably just loves her, without needing his mother's permission for everything." It was raw and messy and real in a way I'd never heard from him before, and it changed nothing. "I'm sorry," he said finally. his voice barely audible now, speaking to the door, to me, to no one. You were right about all of it. I hope you're happy. Then I heard footsteps walking away, unsteady and slow, just his. His mother stood there for what felt like forever, and I could practically feel her trying to decide whether to keep pushing. Finally, I heard her heels clicking away down the hallway, too. My boyfriend and I stood there in silence for a long moment. Then he pulled me into a hug and I finally let myself fully exhale. It's over, he said quietly. It's over, I agreed. The next few days were quiet. No messages, no calls, no surprise appearances. Then my ex's brother sent one final text. Over our brief exchanges, I'd learned he was the youngest, had always been the disappointing child because he'd chosen teaching over business, and had watched his brother suffer under their mother's expectations for years. Mom finally backed off after Dad threatened to leave her if she didn't stop. He told her she'd already lost one son to her obsessions, and he wasn't going to let her destroy what was left of the family. First time I've ever seen him stand up to her like that. I'm taking my brother to his first real therapy appointment tomorrow, and to a support group meeting this week. I wanted you to know because you deserve to know this isn't on you. Our family's problems existed long before you, and you walking away probably saved yourself from years of this. Thank you for being kind even when we didn't deserve it. I hope you're happy. It was more closure than I expected. I thanked him and wished him luck with his brother, and that was it. No more contact needed or wanted. Work became engaging again instead of just a distraction. My team successfully launched the project we'd been working on, and the recognition was genuine and earned. My best friend threw me a small celebration. Just a few close people, and it felt like marking the end of an era and the beginning of something better. My boyfriend and I signed a lease on a bigger apartment, one that would be ours from the start. No baggage, no history, just a fresh space for a fresh start. We spent weekends furniture shopping and painting walls and arguing cheerfully about whether the couch should go under the window or against the opposite wall. One Saturday, while we were assembling yet another piece of furniture with terrible instructions, he looked up at me and said, "I'm proud of you for how you handled all of that, for not letting them break you." I let them break me a little, I admitted. At the beginning, I definitely let them break me, and then you put yourself back together. That's the part that counts. Maybe he was right. Maybe the breaking wasn't the failure. The staying broken would have been. I'd gotten up, built a new life, protected my peace, and refused to let someone else's crisis become my own. That had to count for something. Sometimes I still think about my ex and wonder how he's doing. If he's stuck with therapy, if he's managing better, if he found some peace. But those thoughts are distant now. Like wondering about an acquaintance from long ago rather than someone who used to be my whole world. I don't think much about what his mother said anymore either. The labels she tried to put on me don't stick like they used to. I have a job I worked hard for. A relationship built on actual respect. Friends who show up when it matters. That's enough. My boyfriend proposed 3 months after everything settled. Nothing fancy. Just dinner at home and a ring he'd saved up for and a simple question asked while we were washing dishes together. No elaborate plan. No audience. No pressure. Just him looking at me across the sink with soapy hands and saying, "I want to do this forever with you. Will you marry me?" I said yes without hesitation, without needing to weigh anything or wonder what anyone else would think. Just yes because I wanted to. We're planning a small wedding now, maybe 40 people at a garden venue. His mother is helping, which is still surreal to me. She's genuinely excited, brings ideas without hidden agendas, actually listens when I say I don't want something. When I showed her my dress choice, she got teary and said I looked beautiful. Just that. No critique, no suggestions for improvement, just happiness. My parents are thrilled. My mom said last week, "I like this one. He looks at you like you're exactly enough." That observation made me tear up because it was so simple and so true. Sometimes I think about how different my life could have been. How I almost married into that family, almost spent years trying to meet standards that kept shifting, almost lost who I was. And I'm grateful his mother showed me who she was before I was legally tied to that family. She freed me even if that wasn't her goal. The wedding planning isn't all smooth. We've had disagreements about the budget. My best friend has opinions about everything, and coordinating family schedules has been annoying, but it's normal annoying, not toxic annoying. There's a difference. I saw him once more about a year after that confrontation at my door. I was at a coffee shop with my best friend mid-conversation about her new job when he walked in. He looked different, healthier, like he'd gained back weight he'd lost. His clothes were neat, not expensive, but clean and put together. He was alone, ordering coffee with the casual ease of someone running a normal errand, not the desperate mess who'd shown up drunk at my apartment. Our eyes met for just a second. There was a flash of recognition, then something else. Acknowledgement, maybe understanding, possibly even mutual relief that we'd both survived what happened. He gave a small nod. I returned it. He collected his coffee and left without trying to approach or speak to me. No drama. No big moment. Just two people who used to know each other, crossing paths in a city, moving on with their separate lives. My best friend had seen the whole exchange. "You good?" "Yeah," I said, and I meant it. "I'm really good." He looked better. He did. I agreed. And I was glad for that. Genuinely, not because I wanted him back or felt responsible for his recovery. Just because seeing someone you once cared about doing better is a relief, proof that maybe all that pain wasn't for nothing. "You think he's actually okay?" she asked. "I don't know. I hope so, but it's not my job to know anymore." She squeezed my hand across the table. "Look at you being all healthy and boundaried." I laughed. "Only took me a year and a half and a lot of therapy. Worth it, though." "Yeah," I said, looking down at the engagement ring on my finger. "Yeah, it really was. And I am. I built a life that's mine, filled with people who care about me for who I actually am. My career is going well because I'm good at what I do. My relationship works because we're actually compatible, not because we're strategically aligned or meeting someone else's expectations. It's not perfect. We argue about money sometimes. I still have moments where I doubt myself. The wedding planning has its stressful moments, but it's real stress over real things, not the constant underlying anxiety of never being quite enough. His mother was wrong about a lot of things, but she was right about one. We were from different worlds. I just didn't realize that was actually a good thing. Her world looked shiny from the outside, but was exhausting to live in. My world might be simpler, but it's genuine. And that turns out to be exactly what I needed all along. Now on to the next story. Story 2. My husband humiliated me by saying I'm no longer worthy of being his wife, even after all these years together. Before continuing the story, let us know in the comments which city you're watching from. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell so you won't miss more stories, and leave your like on the video. I used to think I knew what perfect looked like. 4 years with him felt like proof that I'd found it. Someone who understood me, who laughed at my terrible jokes, who remembered the small things I mentioned in passing. We met through mutual friends at a barbecue, and by the end of that night we talked for hours about everything and nothing. He was attentive in ways I'd never experienced before. Texting good morning every day, planning thoughtful dates, introducing me to his family within months. Our relationship had a rhythm to it. Saturday mornings at the farmer's market, Sunday dinners with his parents, weeknight cooking experiments that sometimes succeeded and often didn't. He supported my decision to go back to school for my master's, even when it meant less time together. When I got overwhelmed with coursework, he'd show up with takeout and help me organize my notes. When his father had health issues, I took time off work to help his family. We built something together, or at least I thought we did. 3 years in, during a weekend trip to the cabin where we'd spent our first vacation together, he proposed. It wasn't elaborate, just him and me on the dock at sunset, the water reflecting the orange sky. He'd planned it perfectly, down to having my best friend hiding nearby to capture the moment on camera. I said yes without hesitation. The ring was simple and beautiful, exactly what I would have chosen myself. We called our families from the dock, and I remember feeling like everything in my life had led to this moment. The engagement period started like a dream. We set a date 14 months out, booked the venue we both loved, and started making guest lists over wine and laughter. His mother wanted to be involved in everything, which I expected and welcomed. We went cake tasting, looked at flowers, and debated color schemes. I created elaborate spreadsheets to track every detail. He seemed less interested in the logistics but assured me he cared. He just trusted my taste. I told myself it was normal, traditional even, for the bride to handle most of the planning. But something shifted around the 6-month mark after the engagement. It was subtle at first, comments I initially brushed off as stress or wedding pressure. He mentioned that I should maybe try a new gym routine. Said it casually while we were watching TV. A few days later, he suggested I might want to reconsider my hairstyle for the wedding. Said the photos would last forever. I laughed it off, but the comment stuck with me longer than it should have. The critiques became more frequent. My career ambitions were cute, but maybe not practical for a family. My tendency to speak my mind at his work functions was a bit much. My close relationship with my sister was codependent. Each comment came wrapped in concern, delivered with a smile, positioned as helpful feedback. I started second-guessing myself, wondering if he had a point. Maybe I was too intense. Maybe I did need to tone it down. Maybe being a good partner meant adjusting, compromising, becoming easier to love. I changed my hair. I adjusted my wardrobe to styles he preferred. I started monitoring what I said at social gatherings, counting drinks, analyzing every interaction afterward. When he suggested I might want to reconsider my close friendship with my college roommate because she was too negative, I slowly stopped calling her as often. She noticed. She asked if everything was okay. I assured her it was just wedding stress, that I'd been busy. The lie felt necessary to keep peace, to prove I was adapting, to show I could be the wife he wanted. His mother's involvement in the wedding planning intensified. She had opinions about everything. The venue wasn't prestigious enough. The guest list needed adjustment. My dress choice was questioned. He always sided with her, gently suggesting I try to understand her perspective and be more flexible. When I pushed back, wanting some decisions to be ours alone, he called me difficult. Said planning a wedding was bringing out a side of me he didn't recognize. Said I was being selfish when his mother just wanted to help. 3 months before the wedding, during what should have been a simple discussion about the final guest count, something broke. We were in his apartment, me with my laptop open to the spreadsheet, him scrolling through his phone. I mentioned that we needed to finalize the seating chart. He looked up and said we needed to talk about something more important. The tone in his voice made my stomach drop. My mother brought something up the other day, he said, not looking at me. About the wedding. I waited, laptop still open, cursor blinking on the seating chart. The air in the room felt different suddenly. She's concerned about appearances. The country club crowd, you know how they are. He was choosing his words carefully, which wasn't like him. Or maybe it was, and I just stopped noticing. She's wondering if you'll be comfortable in those circles, if you'll fit in. The words hung there. I closed the laptop slowly. What does that mean? My voice sounded strange to my own ears. It's just, you're wonderful. You know that. But sometimes you're, a bit rough around the edges. My mother's friends, they notice things. The way you dress, how you talk about your work, your family background. He was still scrolling through his phone. Couldn't even look at me while saying this. I'm not saying I agree, but she has a point about the optics. I felt something cold settle in my chest. Optics. Don't make this a big thing. I'm just being honest. Isn't that what you always say you want? Honesty. He finally looked up, and his expression was almost annoyed, like I was being difficult by not immediately understanding. Look, I love you, but love isn't always enough for a marriage to work. There are practical considerations, social ones. Over the next few weeks, the criticism became a steady drip. My laugh was too loud at his colleague's dinner party. My choice to wear flats instead of heels showed a lack of effort. The promotion I'd been excited about at work was nice, but middle management isn't exactly impressive. When I got emotional about his comments, he said I was being oversensitive, that he was trying to help me improve. I started walking on eggshells, analyzing every choice before making it. What would he think of this outfit? Was this story appropriate to share? Should I order wine? Or would that be too much? My best friend noticed I'd become quieter, more withdrawn. When she asked about it, I made excuses about wedding stress, about work pressure. The truth felt too complicated to explain, too shameful to admit out loud. His mother escalated her involvement. She wanted to reprint the invitations because my parents' names were listed first, which apparently sent the wrong message about who was actually hosting. She questioned whether my family could afford their portion of the expenses. Suggested maybe his parents should cover everything to avoid embarrassment. He thought these were reasonable concerns. When I objected, he sighed like I was being exhausting. "You're not making this easy," he said one night after I'd pushed back on his mother, wanting to choose my bridesmaids' dresses. "Marriage is about compromise, about putting the family first. My mother is just trying to ensure everything is done properly." "What about my family?" I asked. "Don't they matter?" "Of course they do. But let's be realistic about what they can contribute versus what mine can." The way he said it, like it was obvious, like I should have already understood this hierarchy. "This is about setting us up for success. My family has connections, resources. We need to think strategically." I changed more things about myself. Took speech lessons to sound more polished. Bought expensive clothes I couldn't really afford. Started reading the same pretentious books his mother's book club discussed. Learned which fork to use when. How to make small talk about nothing. How to smile and nod when someone said something casually classist or dismissive. I became a performance of what I thought they wanted. My sister confronted me about missing family dinners. "You're different," she said. "You're not yourself anymore." "I'm just busy with wedding planning," I told her. But the lie tasted bitter. "No, it's more than that. You apologize for everything now. You second-guess yourself constantly. This isn't wedding stress. This is something else." I wanted to tell her she was wrong, but I couldn't find the words because she wasn't wrong. I barely recognized myself anymore. 2 months before the wedding, his mother hosted an engagement party at her country club. I'd been dreading it for weeks. Had bought a new dress specifically for it. Practiced conversations in the mirror. The night was going reasonably well until I was cornered by a group of his mother's friends. They asked about my family, my background, where I went to school. Their smiles were polite, but their eyes were evaluating, cataloging, judging. Later in the car, he was quiet. Finally, he spoke. "You told them your father works in construction." "He does. He owns his own business." "Actually, you could have just said he's a business owner. You didn't need to specify construction. It sounds working class." I stared at him in the darkness of the car. "That's what he is. That's what I am. Working class. You don't have to advertise it." His voice was sharp now, frustrated. "This is what I'm talking about. You don't think about how things sound, how they reflect on me, on us. My colleagues were there tonight. Their wives know how to present themselves appropriately." Something inside me cracked a little more. The breaking point came on a Tuesday evening, 11 weeks before our wedding date. We were supposed to finalize the catering menu. A task I'd been putting off because even thinking about the wedding made my stomach hurt. He'd insisted we meet at his apartment. Said he wanted to talk somewhere comfortable. I arrived with my planning binder, the one that had become both my security blanket and my burden. He was sitting on his couch, not looking at wedding materials, just staring at his phone with an expression I couldn't quite read. "So, I was thinking for the main course." I started, but he held up his hand. "We need to talk about something first. Sit down." The tone made me freeze. It was the same tone his mother used when she was about to criticize something. I sat on the edge of the armchair, still holding my binder. "My mother came to me yesterday. She's having serious doubts about this wedding." He said it flatly, like he was discussing a business transaction. "About whether you're really the right fit for our family." "What?" The word came out smaller than I intended. "She made some valid points. You come from a completely different background, different values. She's worried about how you'll represent the family at social events, business functions." I felt dizzy. "I've been adapting. I've changed everything about myself trying to fit in." "Have you, though?" He looked at me then, and his eyes were cold. "Because from where I'm sitting, you're still fundamentally who you've always been, and I'm starting to wonder if that's enough. The words landed like physical blows. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. I've been thinking about this a lot lately, he continued, and there was something almost rehearsed about his delivery. About what marriage really means, about partnership and compatibility. And I think we've been fooling ourselves about whether this can really work long term. Are you breaking up with me? My voice shook. 11 weeks before our wedding? I'm saying I have doubts. Serious doubts. He set his phone down. Look, I care about you, but caring isn't the same as being right for each other. My mother pointed out that I could probably do better. Someone who's already part of our world, who understands it naturally. Someone who wouldn't need so much adjustment. The cruelty of it hit me in waves. Do better. That's what your mother said, and you agreed with her. I'm being honest with you. Isn't that better than pretending? He sounded almost reasonable, like he was doing me a favor. Maybe we rushed into this. Maybe the engagement was a mistake. For years, I whispered. For years of my life, I changed everything about myself trying to be what you wanted. And now you're saying I'm not good enough. That you're settling. Don't be dramatic. I'm saying we're not compatible in ways I didn't fully appreciate before. My mother helped me see that. There are women in my social circle who would be more suitable, who wouldn't require this constant effort. Something snapped inside me. Maybe it was the way he kept mentioning his mother. Maybe it was the casual cruelty in his voice. Maybe it was the sudden, crystal-clear realization of what the rest of my life would look like if I stayed on this path. I laughed. I actually laughed. And the sound was sharp and surprising, even to me. He looked taken aback. What's funny? You are. This whole thing is. The laughter kept coming, slightly unhinged. You're telling me I'm not good enough while sitting in your mother's shadow. You're a grown man letting your mommy decide whether your fiancé is suitable. And you think you're doing better than me. Don't be childish. Childish. I stood up, still clutching my planning binder. You've spent months systematically destroying my confidence, making me question everything about myself. And now you have the audacity to tell me I'm not good enough, that you're settling. I knew you'd react like this. This is exactly the kind of emotional instability I'm talking about. The words that should have hurt just made me laugh harder because I suddenly saw it all so clearly. The manipulation, the gaslighting, the slow erosion of my sense of self. How close I'd come to marrying this man. We're done, I said, and my voice was surprisingly steady. Not because you're having doubts, because I deserve so much better than someone who thinks loving me is settling. Someone who lets his mother dictate his life. Someone who spent months making me feel worthless. You're going to regret this. His voice had an edge now. You're not going to find someone better. Do you know how many women would kill to be in your position? Then call one of them. I'm sure your mother has a list. I headed toward the door. The deposits on the wedding. Keep them. Consider it payment for the lesson. I turned back one last time. You're right about one thing. We're not compatible. Because I'd never treat someone I love the way you've treated me. I walked out, leaving the binder on his coffee table. For years of my life, reduced to a planning binder I no longer needed. The calls started that same night. Angry texts demanding I return to talk like adults. Voicemails that alternated between rage and theatrical apologies. I blocked his number around midnight, then lay awake staring at the ceiling, my phone silent for the first time in years. The next morning, the reality of what I'd done hit me. I had to cancel a wedding, tell my parents, my friends, my coworkers, return gifts that had already started arriving. The humiliation felt suffocating until my sister reminded me that staying would have been worse. You dodged a bullet, she said when I called her crying. A really expensive, emotionally abusive bullet. My best friend, the one I'd been slowly pushing away, showed up at my apartment that afternoon with wine and takeout. She didn't say, "I told you so." Even though she tried to voice concerns months ago, she just held me while I cried and helped me start making the necessary phone calls. Canceling the venue was easier than expected. They'd seen it before, were almost kind about it. The caterer kept half the deposit but waived the rest. My mother cried, not because the wedding was off, but because I'd been suffering and hadn't told her. My father asked if he needed to have a conversation with him. I said no. That walking away was enough. His mother called my phone repeatedly. I let it go to voicemail, listened once to her saying I was making a huge mistake, that I'd never do better, that I was throwing away my future out of pride. I deleted the message and blocked her, too. The hardest part was the apartment I'd been living in, the one we'd chosen together, the one that was supposed to be temporary until we got married and moved into the house his parents were helping us buy. My lease was month to month, easy to break, but finding a new place felt overwhelming when I could barely get out of bed. My sister helped me look at apartments. We found a small one-bedroom in an older building. Nothing fancy, but it was mine alone. The lease was entirely in my name. The deposit came from my savings, not family money or his contributions. Signing those papers felt like taking my first real breath in months. Moving day was strange. I didn't have much that was actually mine. I'd left behind so much when we'd merged our lives. The coffee maker he'd bought because mine wasn't good enough. The artwork his mother had chosen for the walls. The expensive dishes from his family's preferred store. I took my books, my clothes, my grandmother's quilt, and the few things that had survived the relationship still feeling like mine. His messages found new avenues. Email, social media. He created new phone numbers. The anger phase lasted about a week. Messages calling me ungrateful, stupid, sabotaging my own future. Then came the apology phase. Long, rambling messages about how he'd made mistakes, how he wanted to work on things, how we could get through this if I just give him another chance. I didn't respond to any of it. My therapist, who I'd stopped seeing 6 months into the engagement, welcomed me back with gentle understanding. She helped me see the patterns I'd missed, the ways I'd been manipulated so gradually. I hadn't noticed the water boiling. "You weren't crazy," she said during one session. "You were being gaslit." Hearing it out loud, having someone validate what I'd experienced, made something tight in my chest finally loosen. The third phase of his messages was the threats. Not physical ones, but emotional manipulation dressed up as concern. "You'll regret this when you're alone. No one else will put up with you like I did. You're going to realize too late that I was the best you could do." I blocked every new account, every new number. My friends ran interference when he showed up at places he knew I'd be. After the third time, my best friend's boyfriend, who looked more intimidating than he actually was, had a quiet word with him in a parking lot. The surprise appearances stopped. Slowly, quietly, without me quite noticing when it started. I began feeling lighter. I could eat what I wanted without calculating whether he'd comment on my choices. I could wear comfortable clothes without worrying if they were polished enough. I could laugh loudly, speak freely, exist without constant self-monitoring. My sister said I looked different, softer, somehow more like myself. I hadn't realized how tense I'd been carrying myself until I stopped. 3 months after the breakup, I accepted an invitation to a friend's birthday party. I almost didn't go, still getting used to being social again, but my best friend insisted. It was small, casual, held in someone's backyard with string lights and a playlist that was more nostalgic than current. That's where I met him. Not the ex. Someone new, someone different. His name was Owen. He was a friend of the birthday host's brother, someone I'd never met before. We ended up in the same conversation circle when someone started debating the best pizza places in the city. He was funny without trying too hard, had opinions, but didn't steamroll over anyone else's. When I mentioned a place I liked, he didn't correct me or suggest somewhere better. He just said he'd have to try it. We talked for maybe an hour. Nothing earth-shattering. Books we'd read recently. A documentary series we'd both watched. The weirdly specific coffee preferences we'd each developed. Normal conversation, the kind I'd almost forgotten could feel easy and comfortable. When the party started winding down, he asked if I wanted to exchange numbers. Not in a pushy way, just casual and open. "No pressure," he said, "but I'd like to keep talking to you if you're interested." I was rusty at this. Dating felt like something from another lifetime, but something about his directness, the lack of games, made me say yes. We texted sporadically over the next week. Nothing intense, just occasional messages about random things. A funny sign he'd seen. A question about the documentary series. He never double-texted when I didn't respond immediately. Never got weird about response times. It was so different from the early days with my ex, where every text had been a calculated move in some unspoken game. 2 weeks after the party, he asked if I wanted to get coffee. I almost said no. The idea of dating, of putting myself out there again, felt exhausting. But my therapist had been encouraging me to try new things, to not let my ex's treatment define how I saw relationships. So I agreed. The coffee date lasted 3 hours. We sat in a corner cafe and just talked. He told me about his work as a graphic designer, showed me some of his projects on his phone, asked about my job in marketing, actually listened to my answers, and asked follow-up questions that showed he was paying attention. When I mentioned I'd been engaged recently, he didn't pry, just said that must have been difficult and let me decide how much to share. I'm still figuring out who I am outside of that relationship, I told him, surprising myself with the honesty. So, I'm not really looking for anything serious right now. That's fair, he said simply. We can just see where things go. No expectations. The lack of pressure was what kept me coming back. We went on more dates. A museum exhibit, a walk through a park, dinner at a place neither of us had tried before. He paid sometimes, I paid sometimes, we split sometimes. He never made it a thing, never kept score. About a month in, during one of our evening walks, he said something that stuck with me. You apologize a lot, for things that don't need apologies. I felt my defenses rise immediately. I do. Yeah, like just now, you apologized for wanting to stop and look at something. You apologize when you have opinions. When you want to choose the restaurant. He said it gently, not as criticism. You don't need to do that. Not with me. The observation sat with me uncomfortably. He was right. I'd been apologizing constantly, running everything through a filter of whether it might annoy him, whether I was being too much, too difficult, too opinionated. The habits my ex had trained into me hadn't disappeared just because the relationship had. I'm working on it, I said finally. In therapy. Good, he smiled. For what it's worth, I like when you have opinions. When you tell me what you actually want instead of asking what I prefer, it makes things easier, not harder. Over the next few months, our relationship developed naturally. He never pushed for more than I was ready to give. When I had bad days, triggered by something that reminded me of my ex, he gave me space without making me feel guilty about it. When I was ready to talk, he listened without trying to fix everything. He met my friends organically at gatherings and hangouts, not as some formal test. They liked him, but more importantly, I noticed they relaxed around him. My best friend pulled me aside after one dinner and said, "He's good for you. You smile more." Around the 5-month mark, during a particularly rough therapy session where I'd been processing some of the deeper damage from my previous relationship, I came home to find he'd dropped off groceries at my apartment. Just basics. Milk, bread, coffee, some fruit, some comfort food. Nothing dramatic, just a simple gesture because he knew I'd been too overwhelmed to shop. He texted, "Left some stuff at your door. No pressure to thank me or see me tonight if you're not up for it. Just didn't want you to worry about breakfast tomorrow." I sat on my apartment floor and cried, but not from sadness. From the realization that this was what thoughtfulness looked like without strings attached, without keeping score, without expecting performance in return. My therapist had been right. Not all relationships were like the one I'd escaped. Some people actually meant it when they said they cared about you. Some people showed up without needing a trophy for it. I was starting to believe I deserved that kind of care. Starting to believe I was worthy of it without having to change every part of myself first. 7 months into dating Owen, I thought I was doing better. I'd stopped apologizing constantly, started expressing preferences without anxiety. My therapist said I was making real progress in unlearning the defensive patterns my ex had created. Then came the dinner with Owen's work friends. It was supposed to be casual, just a group gathering at someone's apartment, potluck style. I'd brought pasta salad and spent probably too long choosing what to wear, eventually settling on something comfortable but nice. Owen held my hand during the drive over, told me they'd love me, that there was nothing to stress about. The evening went fine at first. His coworkers were friendly, inclusive. They asked about my work, told funny stories about office mishaps. I was actually enjoying myself, feeling like I belonged in this space with Owen, in this version of my life that felt healthier and more authentic. Then someone named Jen made a comment. It was nothing really, just an observation about the vintage jacket I was wearing, something I'd found at a thrift store and loved. She said it was interesting with this particular smile, and maybe she meant it as a compliment. Maybe it was totally neutral, but something about her tone, her expression, the way the others glanced at each other, it hit every single insecurity my ex had carefully cultivated. My chest tightened. The room felt too small suddenly, too warm. I excused myself to the bathroom and sat on the closed toilet lid, trying to remember the breathing exercises my therapist had taught me. But my mind was spiraling. They think I don't fit. They're judging me. Owen's going to realize I'm not good enough for his world. When I came out, Owen took one look at my face and suggested we leave early. In the car, I picked a fight about something stupid. The way he'd laughed at one of his coworkers' jokes. How maybe he wished I was more like Jen, more polished and appropriate. I knew I was being irrational even as the words came out, but I couldn't stop. Where is this coming from? Owen asked, genuinely confused and hurt. Everyone loved you tonight. Did they? Or were they just being polite? What does that even mean? I couldn't explain it. Couldn't articulate that a single word. Interesting, had unlocked every door I'd been trying to keep closed. That I was back in my ex's apartment being told I wasn't good enough, wasn't right, needed to change everything about who I was. Owen drove me home in tense silence. At my door, he tried to talk it through, but I was too raw, too defensive. I told him I needed space. He looked worried, but respected it. Said to call him when I was ready. I spent the next 3 days in a shame spiral. Therapist was on vacation. My best friend was out of town for work. I felt utterly alone with thoughts that wouldn't stop looping. You're too damaged. You're going to ruin this good thing. Owen deserves someone who doesn't have this much baggage. That's when the message came through. I was scrolling mindlessly through social media, torturing myself by looking at pictures from the dinner party that had been posted, analyzing every face for signs of judgment. Then I saw the notification. A message request from an account I didn't recognize, but when I opened it, I knew immediately who it was. My ex had created a new profile. I know you probably don't want to hear from me, the message read, and I don't blame you, but I've been doing a lot of work on myself. Therapy, actually confronting my issues instead of projecting them onto you. I owe you a real apology, not the half-assed ones I sent before. No expectations, no pressure. I just wanted you to know that I see now how badly I treated you. And I'm sorry. I should have deleted it, blocked the account, but I was vulnerable and hurting. And some self-destructive part of me wanted to read more, wanted to hear him say the things I'd needed to hear a year ago. I didn't respond, but I didn't block him either. 2 days later, another message. I saw you're with someone new. He seems nice. You deserve that. Deserve better than how I was. Just wanted you to know I'm genuinely happy you found someone who treats you right. It was manipulation disguised as maturity. Some part of me knew that, but another part, the part that was still hurting from the dinner party, that was still carrying wounds he'd inflicted, wanted to believe he'd actually changed. The third message came after I'd had another difficult conversation with Owen. One where I'd been defensive and withdrawn and clearly wasn't giving him what he needed. I know I have no right to say this, but if you ever want to talk, I'm here. No games. Just one person who's been through therapy to another. I stared at those messages for hours. Didn't respond, but didn't delete them either. That night, Owen called. I'm worried about you, he said. You've been distant since the dinner party. Did something happen? Did someone say something that upset you? It's not about the dinner, I lied. I'm just dealing with some stuff. Can I help? We're supposed to be partners in this. I need to figure some things out on my own. The silence on the other end was heavy with hurt and confusion, but he didn't push. Just said he loved me and was there when I was ready. After we hung up, I looked at my ex's messages again. And this time I typed a response. Hi. Just that. 2 letters that would change everything. The response came within minutes, like he'd been waiting. I'm really glad you reached out. I wasn't sure you would. How have you been? We messaged back and forth for an hour. Surface level stuff at first. How we'd been, what we'd been up to. He told me about the therapy he'd been doing, about reading books on emotional intelligence, named specific titles I recognized from my own therapist's recommendations. Felt different from before, more self-aware. I've been thinking a lot about how I treated you, he wrote. About how my mother's influence shaped my behavior, how I used her as an excuse instead of making my own decisions. You deserved a partner, not someone who let his family dictate his relationships. The words I'd needed to hear a year ago. Over the next week, the messages became more frequent. He was careful, never pushy, always respectful. He asked about my work, remembered details, sent me articles about topics we'd discussed. Then he started showing up. The first time felt coincidental. I was at my usual coffee shop when he walked in, looked surprised, asked if he could join me, said he'd moved back to the neighborhood. It seemed plausible. We talked for 2 hours. He was different in person, or maybe I wanted him to be less critical, more interested in listening. He asked about Owen without malice. Said he hoped I was happy. When I mentioned some rough patches, he didn't pounce, just nodded sympathetically. Relationships are hard, he said, especially when you're still healing. I know I contributed to that for you. I'm sorry. The second coincidence happened at the grocery store. He laughed when he saw me, said something about the universe working mysteriously. We got coffee again. I need to tell you something, he said. I don't want you to think I'm trying to manipulate you. I just need to be honest. My heart rate picked up. Okay. I dated someone after you. Someone my mother approved of. Everything I thought I wanted, but she wasn't you. After 6 months, I realized I'd made the biggest mistake of my life. Letting you go. That's not fair, I said, but my voice was shaky. You can't just say that now. I know it's not fair. You've moved on. I'm not asking you to do anything with this. I just needed you to know that I see it now. What I had and destroyed. And if I could go back and do everything differently, I would. The words wrapped around me like a familiar blanket. Over the next 2 weeks, he was everywhere. The farmer's market, the park, near my favorite bookstore. Each time with explanations, each time resulting in more conversation, more apologies, more declarations of change. I started hiding these meetings from Owen. Not consciously at first, just not mentioning them. Then actively lying when he asked about my day, creating excuses for why I couldn't see him, why I was distracted. Owen noticed. Are you seeing someone else? He asked after I'd canceled plans for the 3rd time in 2 weeks. No, God, no. I just need space to figure some things out. What things? A month ago, we were fine, and now I feel like I'm losing you and I don't understand why. The hurt in his voice should have been enough to snap me out of it. Instead, I got defensive. Maybe we moved too fast. Maybe I'm not ready for a serious relationship. Where is this coming from? His voice cracked. Did I do something? This isn't about you. It's about me needing to work through my own stuff. He left that night looking devastated. Instead of calling him to fix it, I messaged my ex. Can we meet tomorrow? I really need to talk. He responded immediately. Of course. Whatever you need, I'm here. The next afternoon, we met at that coffee shop. He'd already ordered my usual drink when I arrived. I don't know what I'm doing, I told him. Everything is so confusing. You're processing trauma, he said gently. What we had, what I put you through, that doesn't just go away because you meet someone new. Maybe part of you needs closure with me before you can really move forward. Is that what this is? Closure. He reached across the table, stopped just short of touching my hand. I don't know what this is, but I know I've never stopped loving you. And I know I'd do anything for another chance to prove I can be the person you deserved all along. I should have left, should have said this was wrong, that I was with Owen, that no amount of pretty words could undo what he'd done. Instead, I let him take my hand. The meetings became more frequent. Coffee turned into walks. Walks turned into dinners. We talked for hours about everything we'd never properly discussed before. His childhood, his relationship with his mother, the pressure he'd felt to meet impossible standards. He was vulnerable in ways he'd never been when we were together. It felt like meeting a different person, or maybe seeing the person he could have been all along. My therapist says I was projecting my own insecurities onto you, he said one evening. Making you feel inadequate because I felt inadequate. I'm working on that now. Really working on it. Meanwhile, Owen was calling less, texting less. The distance I'd created was becoming real, permanent. Part of me knew I was destroying something good. The other part couldn't seem to stop. 3 weeks into this gray area of emotional infidelity, my ex suggested we take a longer walk somewhere outside the city. I knew it was a bad idea. I also said yes. We drove to a state park, spent hours on the trails talking. He was attentive in ways I'd forgotten, asking questions and actually listening. No interruptions, no corrections, no subtle criticisms. Just present, engaged interest. I miss this, he said as we sat on a bench overlooking a small lake. Just being with you. No pressure, no expectations. We were never like this, I reminded him. This version of us didn't exist before. I know that's my fault. I was so caught up in what I thought I was supposed to want that I couldn't see what I actually had. He turned to face me. But I see it now, and I understand what I lost. When he leaned in to kiss me, I should have pulled away. Should have said this was wrong, that I had a boyfriend who'd been nothing but good to me. Instead, I let it happen. We didn't sleep together that day, but we crossed enough lines that the guilt was crushing. On the drive back, I was quiet. He held my hand, told me not to overthink it. That night, Owen called. I almost didn't answer. I can't do this anymore, he said, voice tired. The distance, the not knowing where we stand. I love you, but I need to know if you're still in this relationship or if I need to let you go. The ultimatum was gentle but firm. But instead of giving him honesty, I gave him half-truths. I'm still in this. I just need a little more time to work through some things. What things? You keep saying that, but you won't tell me what's actually going on. It's complicated. Then uncomplicate it. Talk to me. The guilt made me defensive. Maybe I'm not good at relationships. Maybe I'm too damaged. Don't do that, he said quietly. Don't use your ex as an excuse to push me away. I've been patient, but I need something from you here. I wanted to choose him. Logically, rationally, I knew Owen was right. Stable, kind, healthy. But emotionally, I was caught in the undertow. I need more time, I repeated weakly. After we hung up, my ex texted. You okay? You seemed off earlier. Want to talk? We started meeting more frequently, always with plausible excuses, always in places where we wouldn't run into anyone we knew. The physical line kept getting closer. Intense conversations that ended with his hand on my face. Walks that ended with kisses that lasted too long. I want you, he said one afternoon after another kiss. But I don't want to rush this. I want to do it right this time. I want you to be sure. The manipulation was so smooth, I almost didn't see it. Owen and I had plans that weekend, dinner with his parents. But my ex called that morning, said he needed to see me, that he was having a hard day. I canceled on Owen, made up a work emergency, heard the hurt in his voice when he said, okay. Instead, I spent the afternoon with my ex. We got takeout, went back to his apartment, the first time I'd been there since the breakup. We ate on the couch, talked about old times, laughed about inside jokes I'd almost forgotten. I could see us here again, he said. Really making it work this time. I'm with someone else, I reminded him, but the words felt hollow. Are you, though? Because you're here with me. You've been here with me for weeks now in every way except physically. He wasn't wrong. That night we kissed again. And this time, when things progressed, I didn't stop them. Didn't think about Owen waiting for me to call. Didn't think about the betrayal. Didn't think about anything except the familiar rush of intensity. Afterward, lying in his bed, the reality of what I'd done crashed over me. I cheated. Actually, fully, unambiguously cheated on someone who'd been nothing but good to me. Don't spiral, my ex said, pulling me closer. This was inevitable. What we have, this connection, it's bigger than timing or circumstances. I wanted to believe him, wanted to think this meant something profound rather than just being a massive mistake. But the guilt was suffocating. I left around midnight, drove home in a daze. Owen had called twice, texted asking if I was okay. I responded that I'd been in meetings all day, that I was exhausted, that I'd call him tomorrow. The lies were piling up so high I couldn't see over them anymore. Over the next 2 weeks, I lived in both worlds. Seeing Owen occasionally, maintaining the pretense of our relationship while it deteriorated. Seeing my ex constantly, falling back into patterns that felt familiar even as warning signs started appearing. Small things at first. A comment about my outfit being a bit casual. A suggestion that I might want to work out more. The kind of things I'd trained myself to ignore before, but I was in too deep to see clearly. My ex told me he loved me, that he'd never stopped, that we were meant to be together, and some broken part of me believed it. When my ex pressured me to end things with Owen officially, I hesitated because Owen was good. Owen was safe. Owen represented the life I knew I should want. But I was already choosing my ex with every lie, every canceled plan, every moment I spent in his bed instead of building something real with someone who actually cared about me. I just hadn't made it official yet. The moment of full confession came during one of those late-night conversations with my ex. The kind where the darkness made everything feel more intense and honest. We were in his bed, my head on his chest, his fingers tracing patterns on my shoulder. "Tell me you love me," he said. Not a question, but not quite a demand either. The words caught in my throat because saying them out loud felt like crossing a final line, making all of this undeniably real. I started then stopped. "You what?" He shifted to look at me, his eyes searching mine in the dim light. "You've been here with me for weeks now. You chose me over him tonight, yesterday, the day before. Just say it. Say what we both know is true. I love you." The words came out as a whisper, but they were out there now. Irretrievable. I never stopped loving you. Even when I hated you, even when I thought I'd moved on, I never stopped. He kissed me then, deep and possessive, like he'd won something. And maybe he had. "Then you need to end it with him," he said afterward. "Really end it. Be with me properly. Give us a real chance this time." "I will. I just need to figure out how to." "There's nothing to figure out. You tell him it's over. Clean break. Then we can start fresh. Do this right." But every time I thought about actually having that conversation with Owen, my chest tightened because ending it meant admitting what I'd done. Meant watching someone I cared about process the betrayal. Meant becoming the villain in someone else's story. "I'll do it," I said. "Soon. I just need to find the right time." My ex's expression hardened slightly. "There's never a right time for these things. You're making excuses." "I'm not. I just don't want to hurt him more than necessary." "You've already hurt him. Every day you wait, you're hurting him more. And you're disrespecting what we have." He was right, but that didn't make it easier. I was paralyzed between two versions of my life. The safe, healthy one I was destroying and the intense, toxic one I was running back to. Days passed, then a week. I kept seeing both of them. Kept lying to both of them in different ways. Owen knew something was deeply wrong but couldn't prove it. My ex was growing impatient with my inability to make a clean break. "You're keeping him as a backup plan," my ex accused during one argument. "In case this doesn't work out with us. That's what this is really about. That's not fair. Isn't it? You say you love me, but you won't leave him. You're with me, but you won't commit to me. How is that different from what you're accusing me of?" The comparison stung because it had truth in it. I was doing exactly what I'd condemned. Stringing someone along, being dishonest, choosing my own comfort over someone else's clarity. My best friend noticed I'd been distant again, different from the first time, and called me out over coffee one afternoon. "You're seeing him again, aren't you? Your ex?" "I can tell." I didn't confirm or deny it, which was answer enough. "God, what are you doing? Owen is good to you. He treats you right. And you're going back to the guy who spent months tearing you apart. He's different now. He's been in therapy. Stop. Just stop." She looked genuinely angry, something I rarely saw from her. Do you hear yourself? You're making excuses for him again. And what about Owen? Does he know? My silence answered that too. You're cheating on him. Her voice was flat with disappointment. You're actually cheating on one of the kindest guys you'll ever meet with the man who emotionally abused you. How did this happen? I don't know, I said. And it was true. I didn't know how I'd gotten here, how I'd become this person. It just happened. Nothing just happens. You made choices every day. You made choices. And now you need to make another one. End it with Owen so he can move on, or end it with your ex before you destroy yourself again. But you can't keep doing this. It's cruel to Owen and it's destructive to you. She was right. But knowing what I should do and being able to do it felt like entirely different things. That night, my ex called. I can't do this anymore, he said. This limbo. You need to decide. Are you in or out? Are we together or not? I'm in. I told you I'm in. Then prove it. End things with him tonight. Right now, call him and end it. My heart raced. I can't just call him. Yes, you can. If you love me like you say you do, if you're actually choosing me, then do it, or I'm going to assume you're not serious about us and I need to move on. The ultimatum was clear. Choose now or lose him again. But I couldn't. The words wouldn't come. The action felt impossible. I need a little more time, I said, hating how weak it sounded. I've given you time. I've been patient. But I'm not going to be the other guy while you figure your stuff out. Either you're with me or you're not. We argued in circles until he hung up, frustrated and hurt. And I sat there on my couch, phone in hand, knowing I should call Owen, knowing I should end this limbo, knowing I should make a choice. But I was too scared to lose either of them. Too scared to face the consequences of what I'd done. Too scared to be alone again. So I did nothing. And the paralysis became its own choice, one that would destroy any chance at redemption I might have had left. Owen had mentioned a work conference, 3 days in another city, leaving Thursday morning. He'd asked if I wanted to do something special before he left. I'd made an excuse about work deadlines. The truth was I wanted freedom to be with my ex without the constant juggling. Wednesday afternoon, Owen texted, "Conference got pushed back. Not leaving until Friday. Want to grab dinner tonight?" Panicked. My ex and I had plans. "Can't tonight," I texted back. "This work thing is killing me." Rain check. "You've been saying that a lot lately. I feel like I haven't really seen you in weeks." The guilt twisted, but I pushed it down. "I know. I'm sorry. This project will be done soon. Okay. I love you." I stared at those words before typing "you too." That evening, I went to my ex's apartment. He'd cooked dinner, set up candles. It was romantic in a way that felt both thrilling and wrong. We ate, drank wine, talked about the future he kept painting for us. After dinner, we moved to his bedroom. The guilt was always there hovering, but I'd gotten better at pushing it away. We were in his bed when I heard it. The sound of a key in a lock. My heart stopped. Then I realized it was my apartment door. I'd given Owen a key months ago. Oh God. I grabbed my phone. 3 missed calls, 2 texts. "Coming by to surprise you with dinner." "And where are you?" 20 minutes ago. I called him. It rang once before going to voicemail. He'd rejected it. I called again. Voicemail again. "He knows," I said. "He went to my apartment and I wasn't there and now he knows." I threw on clothes and drove to my apartment. His car was gone. Inside there was a bag on my counter. Takeout from my favorite restaurant, now cold, and next to it a small box. A ring. Simple, elegant, exactly my style. I called him again. Nothing. Texted. "Please let me explain." Nothing. I tried his apartment. Not there. Called his brother, who answered with an edge to his voice. "He doesn't want to talk to you," his brother said. "Please, I just need to explain." "Explain what?" "That you've been cheating on him?" The anger was controlled but present. "He came to surprise you, found you gone, got worried, called your best friend. She said you'd been acting weird, that she thought you might be seeing your ex again." He put it together. "Where is he?" "Somewhere away from you. Leave him alone." He hung up. I sat on Owen's doorstep for 2 hours. He never came. My phone buzzed. Unknown number. Don't contact me again. We're done. I've blocked you on everything. Please respect that. I tried to call, already disconnected. My ex called. What happened? Owen found out. He was going to propose and I ruined everything. Come back here. Let me hold you. But nothing felt okay. The next morning, my best friend texted. Owen's brother called. Owen took time off work, went to stay with family out of state. He doesn't want to see you or hear from you. And honestly, I don't blame him. I need space from this too. I can't watch you destroy yourself and hurt good people. Over the next few days, I learned through mutual friends that Owen had told them what happened. Some reached out to express disappointment. Others just quietly unfollowed me. One friend said Owen had looked devastated, like something in him had broken. I'd destroyed something good, someone good. And for what? I was with my ex now. I'd made my choice, burned every bridge to make it. So, I had to believe it was worth it. Had to believe he'd really changed. It had to be worth it. Because if it wasn't, I'd destroyed everything for nothing. The first week with my ex as my official boyfriend felt like vindication. He was attentive, loving, everything I'd convinced myself he could be. We spent every evening together, made plans for the future, talked about moving in together eventually. See, he said one night, this is what it's supposed to be like. We're finally doing it right. I wanted so badly to believe him, but around the 2-week mark, small cracks started appearing. A comment about my outfit being a bit much. A suggestion that I might want to be more careful about what I ate. The familiar feeling of walking on eggshells, of monitoring myself, of shrinking. I told myself it was just adjustment, that relationships took work, that I'd sacrificed too much to give up. Now, 3 weeks in, we had our first real argument about something small. I'd made plans with my sister without checking with him first. It's just that we're together now, he said. Officially, you should be considering me and your decisions. I am, but I can still see my family. Of course you can. I'm just saying it would be nice to be consulted. The word consulted sat wrong, but I apologized anyway. Old habits. For weeks in, he criticized my work performance. Said I was too focused on my career and not enough on us. 5 weeks in, he mentioned that maybe I should dress differently, more feminine, more refined. I was back where I'd started, just with more shame attached because this time I'd chosen it. This time I couldn't claim ignorance. 2 months in, I couldn't pretend things were different. The patterns were all there, just repackaged. The criticism, the control disguised as concern, the slow erosion of my boundaries. But I'd destroyed everything to be here. Owen was gone. My best friend had distanced herself. Other friends had quietly stepped back. I was more isolated than before, with fewer people to turn to and more shame keeping me silent. You've been distant lately, my ex said one evening. Are you having second thoughts? The question felt like a trap. No, I'm just tired. Because you made your choice. You chose me. You don't get to change your mind now. The words had a threatening edge, but I nodded, agreed, apologized. 3 months in, his phone became a source of anxiety. He was protective of it, angling the screen away, taking calls in another room, getting defensive. Why are you so paranoid? He'd say. You're the one who cheated. Maybe you're projecting. The accusation stung because it had truth. Who was I to question anyone's loyalty? For months in, I found evidence. His phone was on the bathroom counter while he showered. A message lit up. Can't wait to see you tonight. With a heart emoji from someone named Vanessa. I knew his passcode. I opened the message thread. Weeks of conversations, flirtatious messages, plans to meet, complaints about me, how I was clingy and damaged. Promises he'd end things with me soon. There were other threads, too. Multiple women. All happening while he told me he loved me. When he got out of the shower, I was sitting on the bed with his phone. What are you doing? His tone was sharp. Who's Vanessa? His face went through surprise, calculation, then anger. You went through my phone. After everything you put me through, you have the audacity to invade my privacy. You're cheating on me. Multiple women. So what? The casual cruelty was stunning. You destroyed a good man to be with me. You think I owe you loyalty after what you did? After the person you proved yourself to be? What? You cheated on your boyfriend. You lied for months. You chose me knowing what I was capable of. You don't get to play victim now. He grabbed the phone. Maybe if you'd been less difficult, less needy, I wouldn't have needed to look elsewhere. I gave up everything for you, I said, voice shaking. I didn't ask you to do that. That was your choice. He started getting dressed, casual and unhurried. Honestly, I don't know why I wasted my time. You're damaged goods. I thought I could deal with it, but I can't. My mother was right. You were never good enough. The words were designed to destroy. Get out, I whispered. Gladly. He grabbed his things. For what it's worth, Vanessa is successful, confident. Doesn't come with all your baggage. She's what I should have been looking for. He left. I sat in my apartment, the same one where Owen had left an engagement ring. I'd destroyed everything to be here in this exact spot, more alone than I'd ever been. Over the next week, I tried calling, got sent to voicemail, saw him post on social media with Vanessa, looking happy. The life he'd promised me, he was living with someone else. My best friend finally responded to a desperate text. I'm sorry you're hurting, but I warned you. You chose this. You need therapy to figure out why you keep choosing people who hurt you. She wasn't wrong. I'd gambled everything on someone I knew was toxic. I'd betrayed someone good. And now I had nothing except the clarity that I'd destroyed my own life. The shame was suffocating. I couldn't tell anyone what happened without admitting how stupid I'd been. Couldn't reach out to Owen without seeming manipulative. Couldn't reconnect with friends without seeming opportunistic. I was completely alone, and I had no one to blame but myself. Weeks passed in a fog. I went to work, came home, existed in the apartment that had witnessed so much destruction. My therapist, who I'd stopped seeing again during the relationship, agreed to take me back as a client. We had a lot of work to do. Why do you think you went back to him? She asked in our first session back. Because I'm stupid. Because I'm broken. Because I deserved what I got. Try again without the self-hatred. It took weeks of sessions to start unpacking it. The trauma bond, the intermittent reinforcement, the way abuse becomes addictive because the highs feel so intense after the lows. How I'd confused intensity with love, chaos with passion. You're not broken, my therapist said. You're someone who experienced psychological abuse and didn't have the tools to recognize it was happening again. That's not stupidity. That's how manipulation works. The words helped a little, but they didn't undo what I'd done. Didn't bring Owen back. Didn't restore my friendships. Didn't erase the fact that I'd become exactly the kind of person I never thought I'd be. 5 months after my ex left, I was still picking up the pieces. Still learning to be alone without it feeling like punishment, still working through the shame. And then I saw the post. Owen at a nice restaurant, clearly on a date, looking happy in a way I hadn't seen in months. The woman next to him was smiling at him with uncomplicated affection. And I knew that could have been me. Should have been me. I'd had that and I'd destroyed it. A year later, I was pregnant with my ex's child. The nausea had persisted for 2 weeks before I took the test. Positive. The timing was exact. Those final weeks before I discovered his cheating. I'd be connected to him forever. His response to my text. Is it even mine? You're the only person I've been with. I need a paternity test. We met at a coffee shop. He looked unburdened. I looked destroyed. I'm with Vanessa now. Seriously, this complicates things. He paused. If it is mine, we'll figure out custody. But I'm not getting back together with you. The paternity test confirmed it. His response, okay. Let me know when it's born. No support, just cold acknowledgement. My pregnancy was lonely. My ex wanted nothing to do with it. Vanessa was now his fiancée. They were building the life he'd promised me. My best friend reached out when she heard. I'm here if you need me, but I'm still hurt. I know. I'm scared. You'll be a good mom. Just keep him at a distance. But he had rights. I'd co-parent with someone who'd made me feel worthless. At 5 months, I saw Owen's engagement announcement. The woman from the restaurant, comments full of people happy he'd found someone good. I cried because I could see the life I'd thrown away. The baby came at 39 weeks. A girl, perfect and healthy. My sister was there. My ex was on vacation with Vanessa. When I held my daughter, I felt love more intense than anything I'd experienced. And terror because I knew what I'd brought her into. My ex met his daughter at 4 days old, held her awkwardly, took a photo, left after 20 minutes. I'll send child support. We'll figure out custody later. That became our reality. Monthly deposits, occasional visits where he showed up with Vanessa, like fulfilling an obligation. My daughter would grow up knowing her father existed but didn't want her. A year later, I saw Owen's wedding photos. He looked radiant. They were building something real while I navigated single motherhood. My therapist helped me through the shame. You made terrible mistakes, but you're defined by what you do now. What I did now was raise my daughter, work, therapy, slowly rebuild family relationships, and a tentative friendship with my best friend. But the consequence was permanent. My daughter would grow up with a father who called her mother damaged, who saw his child as a complication. I was trapped in the aftermath of my destruction, not in abuse, but forever connected to him through my daughter. Every custody exchange a reminder. I'd look at Owen's family online. They had a baby now, happy and healthy and wanted. That could have been my life. My daughter was enough, though. She was everything. Maybe my redemption would be raising her to know her worth, to recognize manipulation, to choose better. But on hard nights, when my ex sent dismissive texts, when I saw Owen's happy family, when the weight felt crushing, I knew the truth. I destroyed everything for nothing, and I'd be living with that choice forever. Where they are now, Owen married and started a family with someone who valued him. He's happy, healed from what I did. He never unblocked me, never looked back. He found the life he deserved. My ex married Vanessa 2 years after our daughter was born. They have their own child now. He's a present father to that child in ways he never was to mine. His mother never acknowledges my daughter as her grandchild. My best friend and I rebuilt a cautious friendship. She's there for important things, but the closeness is gone. I destroyed that trust and it can never fully return. My sister is my rock, showing up for every milestone my ex misses. She never says, "I told you so," though she has every right. My daughter is 3 now, bright, beautiful, unaware of the complicated circumstances of her existence. But she's starting to notice her father's absence, starting to ask questions I don't know how to answer. Me? I'm surviving, working, healing, trying to be the mother my daughter deserves. Living with the permanent consequence of choosing intensity over stability, manipulation over genuine love. I destroyed a good man's trust. I ruined my chance at happiness. I brought a child into a broken situation she never asked for. That's my story. That's what happens when you go back to someone who hurt you, when you betray someone good, when you confuse trauma bonding for love. I can't undo it. I can only live with it forever. The apartment where Owen left the engagement ring still has a mark on the counter where I dropped the box that night. My daughter plays near that spot now, oblivious to the ghost of a life that could have been. Sometimes she asks why other kids have daddies who come to school events. I tell her daddy is busy, that he loves her in his way. The lie tastes bitter. My ex sends photos of his new family on holidays. His daughter, my daughter's half-sister, dressed in matching outfits with Vanessa. My ex's arm around them both looking like the perfect family. My daughter isn't in those photos. She's the secret, the complication, the reminder of his past mistakes. Owen's wife is pregnant with their second child. I see from social media. He's posting about nursery preparation, about being excited to be a dad again, the kind of posts he never got to make about being a dad for the first time. Because I took that from him. I took that from both of us. This is my life now. Not the dramatic destruction I expected, but the quiet, persistent ache of permanent consequences. Of seeing the life I destroyed every time I look at Owen's happiness. Of seeing the life I settled for every time my ex picks up our daughter and hands her back like a borrowed item. I made my choices and now I live with them every single day. Forever. Now on to the next story. Story 3. During dinner, my uncle slammed the door in my face and said I wasn't family, then kicked me out. My name is Maya, and I've been the family ghost for as long as I can remember. At 28, I've perfected the art of being simultaneously essential and invisible, called when they need something moved, forgotten when invitations are handed out. Growing up, I learned early that love in our house came with conditions I could never meet. My mother had this way of speaking that could slice through bone, always finding the exact words that would leave the deepest cuts. "Why can't you be more like your sister?" became the soundtrack of my childhood. My sister was everything I wasn't. Graceful, charming, the kind of person who could walk into a room and instantly become its center. I was the reliable one, the one who helped with groceries, who remembered birthdays when everyone else forgot, who showed up early to help set up and stayed late to clean. But reliable doesn't get you a seat at the table when it matters. Reliable gets you a phone call at 10 p.m. asking if you can pick up something they forgot at the store. The pattern established itself so early I thought it was normal. Family gatherings where my achievements were glossed over in 30 seconds, but my sister's latest promotion, relationship, or vacation got discussed for hours. I'd sit there contributing when spoken to, laughing at the right moments, playing my part as the supportive background character in their story. By my mid-20s, I started keeping mental tallies. How many times had I been asked to help versus how many times I'd been genuinely asked how I was doing? The ratio was embarrassing. I'd drive 40 minutes to help my uncle move furniture, then not hear from him for months until he needed something else repaired. Last year, I missed my own birthday celebration because I was helping my cousin move into her new apartment. When I finally arrived at the restaurant 2 hours late, they'd already ordered dessert and were getting ready to leave. "Oh, we figured you weren't coming," my mother said with that particular tone she reserved for my disappointments. I've spent years trying to decode what I did wrong. What fundamental flaw made me so easy to overlook? Was it because I never demanded attention the way my sister did? Because I didn't throw tantrums when I felt ignored? Because I just accepted it? The truth is, I've been auditioning for love my entire life and somehow I never got the part. I became the person who everyone counted on but no one really saw. The one who would always show up, always help out, always be there. Until suddenly I wouldn't be. But I'm getting ahead of myself. This story really begins 3 months ago when I finally realized that being reliable had become my prison. And sometimes the only way out is to stop being who everyone expects you to be. I spent 3 years between ages 25 and 28 trying to crack the code of family acceptance. I studied them like they were a foreign language I needed to master, convinced that if I just tried harder, gave more, showed up more consistently, eventually they'd see me as worthy. The gift phase was particularly pathetic. I'd show up to casual dinners with expensive wine nobody asked for, flowers for no special occasion, thoughtful presents that demonstrated how much I listened to their passing comments. My sister mentioned wanting to try yoga. I bought her a premium mat and blocks. My uncle complained about his old coffee maker. I researched for weeks and bought him a top-of-the-line espresso machine. "You don't have to do this," they'd say. But I could never tell if they meant it or if it was just polite deflection. The gifts were received with thanks that felt hollow, stored away in closets or regifted to others. I once found the expensive scarf I'd given my mother at a church donation bin, still in its original packaging. I volunteered for everything: moving help, airport runs, babysitting, house-sitting. I became the family's unpaid concierge service. When my cousin needed someone to watch her cats for a week, I rearranged my vacation days. When my aunt needed help organizing her garage sale, I spent an entire weekend pricing items and dealing with strangers trying to haggle over her old dishes. The most humiliating part was how eager I was to help. I'd practically jump at the opportunity to be useful, as if each favor was a deposit in some imaginary account that would eventually pay out in genuine affection. I convinced myself that their requests meant they trusted me, valued me, needed me. But being needed and being wanted are entirely different things. And I learned that lesson over and over again. I was invited to help set up for parties, but never asked to join the planning conversations. I was asked to take family photos but rarely included in them. I was the designated driver, but never the one whose opinion mattered when choosing where to go. The breaking point came at my sister's engagement party last spring. I'd spent the entire day helping my mother cook and decorate, arriving at 6 a.m. to prep vegetables and staying until midnight to clean up. During the party, I watched from the kitchen as my family told stories about my sister's childhood, sharing memories and laughing together while I washed dishes. When my uncle raised a toast to all the people who made this celebration possible, his eyes swept right past me to the caterers we'd hired for the main course. I was standing 10 feet away, apron still tied around my waist, and I might as well have been invisible. That night, driving home, exhausted and ignored once again, I started to understand something crucial. My efforts weren't invisible because I wasn't trying hard enough. They were invisible because my family had decided long ago that I was the supporting cast member, and no amount of dedicated performance was going to change that casting decision. The revelation should have freed me, but instead, it terrified me. If I stopped trying so hard, would they miss me at all? Or would they simply find someone else to fill the role of family helper? 3 weeks before Thanksgiving, I made a decision that felt revolutionary at the time. I wasn't going to volunteer to help with the family dinner. I wasn't going to ask what I could bring. I wasn't going to offer to arrive early for prep. I wasn't going to automatically assume I was invited just because I was family. The silence was deafening. November 20th came and went without a single call about menu planning or table arrangements. November 25th passed without anyone asking if I could pick up extra chairs or help set up the dining room. By the Tuesday before Thanksgiving, I'd convinced myself that this was it. I'd finally succeeded in making myself truly invisible. Then my phone rang. It was my youngest cousin, the only person in my family who had ever treated me like an actual human being rather than a convenient service provider. At 19, she possessed the kind of unfiltered honesty that everyone else in our family had trained out of themselves years ago. "Are you really not coming to Thanksgiving?" she asked without preamble. "Nobody invited me," I said, trying to keep the hurt out of my voice. "That's stupid. You always come to Thanksgiving." "I always help with Thanksgiving." "That's different." There was a pause, and I could practically hear her processing this distinction. "Mom asked me to call you," she finally admitted. "She said to tell you that dinner's at Uncle's house at 3 o'clock. Same as always." "She asked you to invite me?" "Not exactly. She said to tell you about dinner and see if you were planning to show up and help like usual." The casualness of it hit me like a slap. Not invite Maya to join us, but see if Maya's planning to show up and help. Even my invitation was framed around my utility. "I don't think I'm going to make it this year," I heard myself saying. "Maya, please." Her voice got smaller. "It's going to be so boring without you there. My mom and your sister just talk about people I don't know, and Uncle gets all weird and political after his second beer. You're literally the only person who talks to me like I'm not 12. You could always come have dinner with me instead," I offered half-heartedly, knowing she wouldn't. "You know I can't do that. It would cause World War II. She was right. Of course, in our family, loyalty was expected to flow upward through the hierarchy, and a 19-year-old choosing to have dinner with the family disappointment instead of attending the official gathering would be seen as an act of rebellion requiring swift punishment. "Just come," she pleaded. "Please, for me." And there it was, the one argument I couldn't resist. Not because I wanted to subject myself to another holiday of being ignored and taken for granted, but because she was asking. Because in a family full of people who only contacted me when they needed something, she was the one person who contacted me just because she wanted to talk. "Okay," I said. "I'll come." "Really? Really? But I'm not helping with setup and I'm not staying to clean." "Deal," she said quickly, like she was afraid I might change my mind. After I hung up, I sat in my apartment staring at my phone, wondering what I just agreed to. I'd spent months building up the courage to set boundaries, only to crumble the moment someone I cared about asked me to cross them. But maybe this time would be different. Maybe showing up without offering to help, without bringing an elaborate dish, without arriving early to prove my worth, would force them to see me differently. Maybe they'd finally understand that I was choosing to be there, not just defaulting to being useful. I should have known better. Hope, when you're desperate for family acceptance, can be the cruelest emotion of all. I drove the 43 minutes to my uncle's house in suburban Millbrook on Thanksgiving afternoon with my stomach churning. I deliberately arrived 15 minutes after the official start time. Not early enough to be expected to help. Not late enough to be considered rude. The house was already full of cars when I pulled up. I could hear the familiar sounds of family gathering through the windows. Multiple conversations, laughter, the clatter of serving dishes. For just a moment, sitting in my car, I felt that old surge of anticipation. Maybe this time would be different. Maybe walking in as a guest rather than an unpaid staff member would shift something fundamental. I walked up the brick pathway carrying only my purse and a bottle of wine. Not the expensive kind I used to bring, just a decent bottle from the grocery store, the kind a normal person brings to a normal dinner party. I knocked, then tried the door handle like I had countless times before. Locked. That was unusual. My uncle's front door was never locked during family gatherings. I knocked again, louder this time. The door opened, but only about 6 inches. My uncle's face appeared in the gap, and something in his expression made my stomach drop. He looked uncomfortable, almost guilty, but also resolute in a way that reminded me of my mother when she'd made up her mind about something. "Maya," he said, not moving to open the door wider. "Hi, Uncle. Sorry I'm a little late. Traffic was heavier than I expected." "Look, I think there's been a misunderstanding." Behind him, I could see into the dining room. The table was set for exactly the number of people who were there. No empty chair, no extra place setting. Someone was already sitting in what had traditionally been my spot. My sister's boyfriend, the one who'd been dating her for exactly 3 months. What kind of misunderstanding? I asked, though I was beginning to understand perfectly. "This is a family dinner, Maya. Family only." The words hit me like a physical blow. "I am family." "No," he said, and his voice carried the kind of finality that suggested this wasn't a spontaneous decision. "You're not. Not anymore." "What are you talking about? What does that even mean?" "It means you need to leave. We don't want you here." I looked past him again, desperately, searching for some sign that this was a mistake, a prank, anything other than what it appeared to be. My mother was visible in the kitchen, clearly aware of what was happening at the front door. She glanced over once, made eye contact with me, then deliberately turned away. "I was invited," I said, my voice smaller than I intended. "My cousin called me. She shouldn't have done that." This was discussed. The decision was made. What decision? Who discussed what? The family discussed it. "You cause problems, Maya. You make people uncomfortable. It's better this way." I felt like I was falling, like the ground had disappeared beneath my feet. I cause problems? I'm the one who's always helping everyone, always showing up, always making people feel guilty with that martyr act. He interrupted. "Always making everything about you and how hard you try and how unappreciated you are." The cruelty of it took my breath away. Not just the words, but the calculation behind them. This hadn't happened in the heat of an argument. This was planned, discussed, decided upon. They deliberately waited until I was standing on the doorstep to deliver the blow. "You can't be serious." "I'm dead serious. Go home, Maya. Find somewhere else to spend your holiday." Through the window, I could see my sister laugh at something someone said. My cousin, the one who'd begged me to come, was staring at her phone, refusing to look toward the door. The whole scene had a surreal quality, like I was watching a play about my own life. "Close the door, please," I heard my uncle say to someone behind him, and then it closed. The sound of the deadbolt sliding into place was the loudest thing I'd ever heard. I stood there for a moment, wine bottle still in my hand, unable to process what had just happened. Then I turned around, walked back to my car, and sat in the driver's seat, staring at the house where my family was having Thanksgiving dinner without me. That's when I realized I wasn't surprised. Hurt, devastated, angry, yes, but not surprised. Some part of me had always known this moment was coming. I drove home in a daze, but by the time I pulled into my apartment complex, something had shifted inside me. The shock was wearing off, replaced by something colder and more focused. They thought they'd ambushed me, but they had no idea I'd been preparing for this moment for months. You see, I'd started recording our family interactions back in August, not with any malicious intent initially. I'd begun therapy that summer, and my therapist had suggested I keep a journal of family interactions to help identify patterns. But when I mentioned how often I felt gaslit after family gatherings, how I'd leave questioning my own memory of events, she'd suggested something more concrete. Sometimes having an objective record helps, she'd said. It's hard to argue with audio. So, I'd started using the voice memo app on my phone during family gatherings, just dropping it casually in my purse, hitting record before walking into rooms where family was gathered. Initially, I thought I'd catch evidence of how helpful I was, how much I contributed. Instead, I caught something else entirely. I caught my mother telling my sister that I was exhausting to deal with, while I was literally in the next room making her dinner. I caught my uncle complaining about how I always needed to be the center of attention during a conversation that happened while I was washing his dishes. I caught my sister laughing about how I tried too hard with gift giving, mocking the thoughtfulness I'd put into choosing presents for them. The most devastating recording was from my cousin's birthday party in October. While I was outside loading leftover cake into my car for an elderly neighbor who couldn't attend, my family had a 15-minute conversation about how Maya always makes everything about herself, and how exhausting it was to deal with my neediness. By November, I had nearly 2 hours of audio footage of my family discussing me like I was a burden they were all forced to bear. Me, the person who dropped everything to help them, who never said no to their requests, who bent over backward trying to prove I deserved their love. After they closed the door in my face on Thanksgiving, I went home and spent 3 hours editing those recordings into a 5-minute compilation, the most revealing moments, the clearest examples of their duplicity. My mother's voice saying I was too much work, while I organized her entire kitchen. My uncle calling me pathetic while I fixed his broken fence. My sister joking about how I probably think we actually appreciate all that crap she does. I saved the file with a simple title, What They Really Think. Then I opened my contacts and selected 12 people. My father, who'd stayed distant from family drama but needed to know what his ex-wife was saying about his daughter. My maternal grandmother, who always asked why I looked so tired after family gatherings. A few aunts and uncles from my mother's side who'd always been kind to me but might not know the full story. My cousin, who'd invited me to dinner, because she deserved to know the truth about what her request had cost me. I attached the audio file to a group message and typed, "Since I was told today that I'm no longer family and was barred from Thanksgiving dinner, I thought you should know what your family members really think about the person who's been showing up for all of you for years. This is 5 minutes of recordings from the past 3 months. There's much more where this came from." My finger hovered over the send button for almost 10 minutes. Once I sent this, there would be no going back. No more pretending. No more hoping things would change. No more accepting crumbs and calling them love. But as I sat there in my quiet apartment, thinking about the sound of that door closing, thinking about my sister's boyfriend sitting in my chair while I was turned away like a stranger, something crystallized inside me. They'd made their choice about who I was to them. Now it was time for everyone else to see what that choice really looked like. I hit send. Then I turned off my phone, poured myself a glass of wine, and made myself a Thanksgiving dinner for one. The first honest meal I'd had with family or without them in years. I kept my phone off for exactly 18 hours. When I finally turned it back on Friday morning, I had 67 missed calls and over 100 text messages. The phone immediately started ringing again, my uncle's number flashing on the screen. I let it go to voicemail and started scrolling through the messages instead. The responses fell into 3 distinct categories. Confused questions from people who hadn't listened to the audio yet, supportive messages from those who had, and increasingly frantic damage control attempts from my mother and uncle. My grandmother had been the first to respond just 2 hours after I had sent the message. "Honey, I listened to your recording. I had no idea they talked about you this way. This is heartbreaking. Call me when you're ready." My father, who I rarely heard from. I'm disgusted. Your mother and I need to have a conversation. Are you okay? But the real revelation was in the messages from extended family members, cousins, aunts, uncles I rarely saw except at major holidays. One by one, they were sharing their own experiences. Maya, this explains so much. I always wondered why you looked so sad at family gatherings. From my aunt who lived in Oregon. They've been talking about me the same way for years. I just never had proof. From a cousin I barely knew. Your mother tried to call me 3 times last night demanding I delete the message without listening to it. That told me everything I needed to know. From my great-uncle. The desperate messages from my mother and uncle painted a clear picture of panic. They'd gone from angry denials to attempts at explanation to outright begging within the span of a few hours. Maya, that recording was taken out of context. You're destroying this family over a misunderstanding. Maya, I can't believe you would secretly record private conversations. This is a betrayal of the worst kind. Then, as more people listened and responded with their own stories of witnessing the family's treatment of me, the messages from my mother became increasingly unhinged. You've poisoned everyone against me with your lies and manipulation. I gave you everything, and this is how you repay me. You're not my daughter anymore. You never deserved this family. That last message actually made me laugh out loud. I'd already been told I wasn't family anymore by my uncle, with her silent approval. She was just catching up to her own decision. The most important message came from my young cousin around noon. Maya, I'm so sorry. I had no idea Mom and Uncle talked about you like that when you weren't around. I feel sick. I never should have asked you to come yesterday. I'm leaving Uncle's house right now. Can I come see you? She showed up at my apartment an hour later, crying before I even opened the door fully. We sat on my couch while she apologized over and over for unwittingly setting me up for yesterday's humiliation. I really thought they just forgot to invite you properly, she said. I had no idea they planned to do that to you. It's not your fault, I told her, and meant it. You were the only person who wanted me there. I still want you. This whole family is insane without you. Do you know what happened after you sent that recording? People started leaving. Uncle's house cleared out by 8 p.m. Grandma called Mom and Uncle and told them she was ashamed to be related to them. Dad called Mom and screamed at her for 20 minutes. Everyone's taking sides. And honestly, most people are taking yours. As she talked, my phone kept buzzing with new messages. More family members asking for the full recordings. More people sharing their own stories of how my mother and uncle had talked about them behind their backs. More cracks appearing in the perfect family facade they'd worked so hard to maintain. I realized something profound sitting there with my cousin. For the first time in my adult life, I wasn't trying to manage other people's emotions or fix other people's problems. I wasn't rushing to apologize or smooth things over or take responsibility for everyone else's feelings. I had simply told the truth and let everyone else figure out what to do with it. By Saturday, my family's carefully constructed social media presence was crumbling in real time. My mother, who prided herself on her curated image of family perfection, made the catastrophic decision to post on social media about what she called the betrayal of a troubled family member. Her post was a masterclass in victim manipulation. Sometimes loving someone means accepting that they're not healthy enough to be part of your life. It breaks my heart to share that we had to make the difficult decision to ask my daughter to leave our family gathering after years of increasingly concerning behavior. I'm sharing this because I know some of you received disturbing messages from her, and I want you to know that we're getting her the help she needs. Please keep our family in your prayers during this difficult time. The post backfired spectacularly. Within hours, family members were commenting with their own experiences. My grandmother was the first. The only concerning behavior I've witnessed is how you've treated that girl for years. She's been nothing but devoted to this family, and you've repaid her kindness with cruelty. My father, who rarely engaged with social media, created an account specifically to respond. I've listened to the audio Maya shared. Anyone who wants to understand the real story should listen to it, too. What I heard was a young woman being systematically, emotionally abused by people who should have been protecting her. The comments section became a battlefield. Extended family members, friends, even neighbors weighed in with their observations of family dynamics. Over the years, people shared stories of witnessing my mother's cutting remarks, my uncle's dismissive treatment, the way I was consistently overlooked and undervalued. I always wondered why Maya looked so exhausted at family parties, wrote a family friend. Now I understand she was working the entire time while being treated like an unwelcome guest. Maya was the only one who visited my mom when she was in the hospital last year, another cousin added. Where was everyone else? The most devastating comment came from my elderly neighbor who I'd been helping with groceries and yard work for 3 years. Maya brings me leftover food from family gatherings because she says there's always too much. Now I realized she was probably bringing me her own portion because she wasn't really welcome to eat with them. My phone became unusable from the constant notifications. Messages of support poured in from people I hadn't spoken to in years. High school friends who'd met my family, college roommates who'd witnessed phone calls, coworkers who'd heard me make excuses for why I couldn't attend their events because I was helping family. The pattern they painted was devastating and consistent. Years of me prioritizing family obligations over my own life, relationships, and opportunities while being treated as an afterthought by the very people I kept sacrificing for. My therapist had an emergency session with me on Saturday evening. Maya, I need you to understand something, she said after I'd filled her in on the past few days. What you're experiencing right now, this validation, this support, this is what normal families do when one member is being mistreated. They rally around the victim, not the abusers. It feels surreal, I admitted. I spent so many years thinking I was the problem. That's what emotional abuse does. It makes you question your own reality, your own worth, your own memories. But look at what happened the moment you provided objective evidence of how you were being treated. People immediately recognized it as wrong. That evening, my cousin texted me screenshots from a group chat I wasn't part of. A conversation between my mother, sister, and uncle trying to coordinate their response to the public relations disaster they'd created. We need to control the narrative, my mother had written. Maya has always been unstable. People need to understand that we were protecting ourselves. Maybe we should just apologize and try to smooth things over, my sister had suggested. Absolutely not, my uncle had responded. Apologizing admits wrongdoing. We stick to the story that Maya is troubled and we made a difficult but necessary decision. Reading their cold calculation while dozens of people were publicly defending me was like watching the final pieces of a puzzle fall into place. They weren't sorry about how they'd treated me. They were sorry they'd been caught. Sunday morning brought an unexpected visitor. I was still in my pajamas, nursing my second cup of coffee and reading through more supportive messages when there was a soft knock at my door. Through the peephole, I saw my father standing awkwardly on my doorstep, holding what looked like a bag of groceries. I hadn't seen him in person in over a year. After my parents' messy divorce when I was 16, he'd maintained a careful distance from anything involving my mother's side of the family. He paid child support, remembered my birthday, and occasionally took me to dinner, but family drama was strictly off-limits. Dad, I opened the door, confused. What are you doing here? I brought breakfast, he said, lifting the bag. Figured you might not have been eating much the past few days. I let him in, still processing his presence. He looked older than I remembered, more tired, but there was something different in his expression. A kind of determined sadness I'd never seen before. He unpacked the bag on my kitchen counter. Bagels, cream cheese, orange juice, fresh fruit. The kind of simple, thoughtful gesture that my mother would have complicated with criticism about my eating habits or unsolicited advice about my lifestyle choices. I listened to the recordings, he said without preamble as he poured orange juice into 2 glasses. All of them, the full versions your cousin sent me. I felt my cheeks burn. Dad, I wasn't trying to drag you into. Maya. His voice was firm but gentle. I need to apologize to you, and I need you to let me do it without making excuses for me. Okay? I nodded, not trusting my voice. I knew, he said simply. Maybe not the specifics, but I knew your mother treated you differently than your sister. I knew you were always the one expected to help, expected to give, expected to accommodate everyone else's needs. And I said nothing because it was easier for me to stay out of it than to fight battles I thought I couldn't win. He sat down across from me at my small kitchen table. His hands wrapped around his coffee mug like he was trying to warm himself. After the divorce, I told myself I was protecting you by staying neutral. But there's no such thing as neutral when someone you love is being hurt. Silence is a choice, and I chose wrong. You couldn't have known it was this bad, I said automatically, falling back into my old pattern of managing other people's guilt. Yes, I could have. I should have. Every time you canceled plans with me because your mother needed help with something. Every time you looked exhausted when I picked you up for dinner. Every time you apologized for things that weren't your fault. Those were signs I chose to ignore. He reached across the table and took my hand. I'm proud of you for standing up for yourself. Terrified for you. Worried about the fallout, but proud. It took courage I'm not sure I would have had. We ate breakfast mostly in silence, but it was comfortable in a way I'd forgotten was possible with family. No undercurrents of criticism, no walking on eggshells, no performing gratitude for basic kindness. What happens now? I asked finally. Now I do what I should have done years ago. I support my daughter. Your mother called me Friday night screaming about how you'd destroyed the family and demanding I talk sense into you. I told her the only person who destroyed this family was her. How did she react to that? About as well as you'd expect. But Maya, I need you to understand something. This isn't your fault and it's not your responsibility to fix. Your mother made choices about how to treat you and now she's dealing with the consequences of those choices. That's how life works for adults. After he left, I sat in my quiet apartment feeling something I hadn't experienced in years. Unconditional support from a parent. Not support contingent on my behavior, my usefulness, or my willingness to accept mistreatment. Just support because I was his daughter and he loved me. That afternoon, he sent me a text. I'm taking your grandmother to lunch tomorrow. She wants to make sure you know you have family who actually values you. Would you like to join us? For the first time since Thursday, I smiled without forcing it. Maybe I was losing the family I'd been born into, but I was finding the family I deserved. December arrived with a series of phone calls I'd been anticipating, but my family clearly hadn't. The first came on December 3rd. My uncle's panicked voice on my answering machine. Maya, we need to talk. There's been some kind of mistake with the property tax payment on the rental house. The county says it's overdue, but I thought you were handling that. Call me back. I deleted the message without responding. He could figure out his own property taxes. For 3 years, I'd been quietly managing financial obligations for various family members. It had started small. My mother mentioning she was behind on her car payment after an expensive dental procedure. My uncle needing help covering property taxes on his rental property during a slow period for his contracting business. I'd stepped in because that's what family does, right? Except temporary help had become permanent dependence, and loans had become gifts that were never acknowledged, let alone repaid. I had spreadsheets tracking it all, $28,000 over 3 years. Money that came out of my savings, my retirement contributions, my plans for the future. The property tax situation was particularly galling. My uncle owned 3 rental properties but somehow never managed to save for the annual tax bills. For 2 years running, I'd received frantic calls in November about impending tax sales, and I'd quietly transferred $4,000 each time to keep his properties from being seized. In return, I got to hear him complain at family gatherings about entitled millennials who don't understand hard work. My mother's situation was more complex. After the divorce, she'd struggled financially but refused to downsize from the house she couldn't afford. Rather than face reality, she'd learned to call me whenever bills became overwhelming. Her car payment, her credit card minimums, her homeowner's insurance. I'd become her unofficial financial safety net, all while listening to her criticize my lack of financial responsibility because I rented an apartment instead of buying a house. My sister's needs were the most infuriating because they were purely lifestyle maintenance. When her washing machine broke, she called me instead of her boyfriend because, "You're so good with money stuff." When she wanted to take a vacation but had already maxed out her credit cards, She asked for a small loan that we both knew would never be repaid. The beauty of it all was how invisible I'd made myself in the process. I paid bills directly to companies, transferred money without fanfare, never kept receipts of their gratitude because there weren't any. I'd become their anonymous benefactor while simultaneously being treated as their ungrateful family burden. Now, as December progressed, the bills were coming due without their secret sponsor. My uncle called 6 more times about various oversights and confusion with bills he'd assumed I was handling. My mother left increasingly desperate voicemails about a credit card company that was suddenly demanding payment on a balance I'd been covering monthly for 8 months. The most telling response came from my sister, who texted, "Mom says you're not paying her car anymore. That's so petty. You know she can't afford it right now." I responded with a single message. "I was told I'm not family anymore. Non-family members don't typically pay each other's bills." She didn't text back. By December 15th, I'd received 43 calls and messages about various financial emergencies. All of them bills and obligations I'd been silently covering while being treated like an unwanted burden. The irony was almost poetic. The family member who caused problems and made everyone uncomfortable had been financially supporting half of them for years. I calculated the numbers one final time. If I stopped covering their various obligations, I'd save over $900 a month. Money I could use for my own life, my own goals, my own future. Concepts that felt revolutionary after years of funding their comfort while being told I wasn't grateful enough for their reluctant acceptance. The best part was their complete shock at the consequences of their own actions. They'd expelled me from the family without considering that families help each other financially, and that cutting someone off goes both ways. I was no longer their daughter, their niece, their sister, which meant I was no longer their ATM either. Christmas morning was quiet in a way I'd never experienced. No 6 a.m. phone calls asking me to help with last-minute preparations. No rushing across town to assist with cooking disasters. No arriving early to set up decorations only to be ignored once guests arrived. Instead, I woke up naturally at 9 a.m. in my own bed, made coffee in my peaceful kitchen, and opened a thoughtful gift from my father, a beautiful leather journal with a note that said, "For writing your own story from now on." My grandmother had invited me to Christmas dinner at her assisted living facility. It was small, intimate, and genuine in ways family gatherings had never been. Just me, her, my father, and 2 other residents who didn't have family nearby. We ate cafeteria food and played card games and laughed at my grandmother's stories about Christmas celebrations from decades past. "This is what family should feel like," my grandmother said as we shared dessert. "Comfortable. No walking on eggshells, no performing for approval, just being together because we want to be." Meanwhile, my phone buzzed occasionally with updates from the family I'd left behind. My cousin sent me screenshots from the group chat describing their Christmas disaster. Without me there to manage logistics, coordinate timing, or smooth over conflicts, their traditional gathering had devolved into chaos. My mother had burned the turkey because she'd never actually cooked the whole meal herself. I'd been doing most of the work for years while she took credit. My uncle had gotten drunk and argumentative without me there to redirect conversations and manage his moods. My sister's boyfriend had asked uncomfortable questions about why I wasn't there, leading to an awkward explanation that satisfied no one. "They argued about you for 2 hours," my cousin texted. "Mom kept saying you were ruining Christmas from a distance, and Uncle kept insisting they'd made the right choice." Meanwhile, the dinner was falling apart because nobody knew how you usually organized everything. The most revealing message came from my sister. "Can you just come over later? This is weird without you here. Mom's being impossible and I don't know how to deal with her when you're not around to handle her moods." I stared at that message for a long time. Even in exile, I was expected to manage their emotional chaos. Even after being told I wasn't family, they wanted me to resume my role as the family's unpaid emotional labor coordinator. I didn't respond. Instead, I spent the afternoon writing in my new journal, processing the year that had changed everything. I wrote about the revelation that being needed and being wanted were different things, about learning to distinguish between love and manipulation, about the strange freedom that came with accepting rejection from people who had never truly accepted me in the first place. That evening, my father called to check on me. "How are you holding up?" he asked. "I'm okay. Actually, I'm better than okay. I'm peaceful." "Good. That's what you deserve." "Dad, can I ask you something? Do you think I made the right choice sending those recordings? I mean, Maya, I think you finally stopped setting yourself on fire to keep them warm. That's never the wrong choice." As December wound down, the pattern became clear. My family's Christmas plans, New Year's preparations, and holiday social obligations were falling apart without my invisible support system. Phone calls became more desperate, messages more manipulative, attempts to guilt me back into compliance more transparent. But for the first time in my adult life, their chaos wasn't my emergency. Their poor planning wasn't my responsibility to fix. Their emotional meltdowns weren't my job to manage. I spent New Year's Eve with new friends, people I'd met through a hiking group I joined after realizing I had every weekend free now that I wasn't constantly available for family obligations. We watched fireworks and made resolutions and talked about our hopes for the coming year. At midnight, as everyone around me celebrated new beginnings, I felt something I'd never experienced before: excitement about my own future. Not anxiety about how to make others happy or fear about whether I was doing enough to earn love. Just genuine anticipation for what came next. For the first time in my life, I was the main character in my own story. January brought consequences I hadn't anticipated. The family fractures I'd exposed continued to spread, creating new alliances and revealing old resentments that had been simmering beneath the surface for years. My grandmother, emboldened by the support she'd seen for me, began sharing her own stories about my mother's behavior. Apparently, my mother's pattern of emotional manipulation extended far beyond her treatment of me. My grandmother revealed years of criticism disguised as concern, financial pressure, and attempts to control her social relationships. I never said anything because I thought it was just how families worked. She told me during one of our weekly coffee dates, a new tradition we'd started. But watching how people responded to your situation made me realize it wasn't normal. It wasn't okay. Other family members began reaching out with their own stories. An aunt I barely knew called to tell me about how my mother had systematically excluded her from family events after a minor disagreement 5 years ago. A cousin shared how my uncle had spread rumors about his business to undermine a construction contract, forcing him to leave town to find work. The most shocking revelation came from my father's sister, who'd been estranged from the family since my parents' divorce. She sent me a long email explaining why she disappeared. My mother had told everyone that she was jealous of our perfect family and had been spreading lies about our marriage. In reality, she tried to warn my father about my mother's affair months before he discovered it himself. "I watched your mother destroy relationships for years," she wrote. "She can't tolerate anyone who threatens her control of the narrative. What she did to you was just the latest in a long pattern." These revelations created a clear division in our extended family. On one side were the people who'd witnessed or experienced my mother and uncle's manipulative behavior and were finally free to speak about it. On the other side were the family members who either benefited from the current power structure or were too afraid of conflict to take sides. My sister found herself in an impossible position. She'd built her identity around being the favored child, the successful one, the family golden child. With that dynamic exposed as artificial and cruel, she was forced to confront some uncomfortable truths about her own complicity. She sent me a letter in February, an actual handwritten letter, not a text or email. In it, she admitted that she'd known I was being treated unfairly but had been afraid to speak up because she didn't want to lose her privileged position. "I was selfish," she wrote. "I let you take all the criticism and carry all the responsibility because it made my life easier. I told myself that you were stronger than me, that you didn't mind helping, that it was just your personality. But I knew better. I've always known better." The letter was a start, but it wasn't enough to repair years of damage. Acknowledgement of wrongdoing isn't the same as amends, and I wasn't ready to resume a relationship based on her convenience. My mother's response to the family upheaval was predictably dramatic. She sent me a certified letter in March threatening legal action for defamation and intentional infliction of emotional distress. The letter, written by what was clearly a bargain basement lawyer, demanded I retract all false statements and cease and desist from further harassment of family members. I showed the letter to my father, who laughed out loud. "She's threatening to sue you for playing recordings of her own words. Good luck with that defense." The legal threat backfired spectacularly. Several family members who'd been staying neutral decided that threatening lawsuits against your own daughter for exposing emotional abuse was a line too far. My mother's support network shrank to just my uncle and a couple of his drinking buddies. More importantly, the threat crystallized something for me. My mother wasn't sorry about how she treated me. She wasn't embarrassed by her behavior. She was angry that I'd exposed it. Even faced with overwhelming evidence of her cruelty, her primary concern was controlling the narrative and avoiding accountability. The letter made it clear that reconciliation was impossible. Not because I was unwilling to forgive, but because she was unwilling to acknowledge there was anything to forgive. By spring, two distinct family networks had emerged. The old guard, my mother, uncle, and their few remaining allies, continued their pattern of gossip, manipulation, and emotional warfare. The rest of us, grandmother, father, several aunts and cousins, and extended family members, began building relationships based on mutual respect rather than obligation and fear. I finally understood what healthy family relationships looked like and why I'd felt so exhausted for so many years. I'd been trying to force genuine connection with people who were fundamentally incapable of it while neglecting the family members who'd been waiting all along to love me without conditions. A year later, I barely recognized the person I used to be. The woman who drove to that Thanksgiving dinner expecting crumbs and calling them love seems like a stranger to me now. I'm writing this from my new apartment, a bright, airy place that I chose because I loved it, not because it was convenient for helping family members with their various needs. The walls are decorated with photos of hiking trips, dinner parties with genuine friends, and quiet moments of contentment that I never thought I'd experience. The journal my father gave me last Christmas is filled with entries chronicling this transformation. Page after page is about learning to say no without guilt, about discovering what I actually enjoyed when I wasn't constantly managing other people's emotions, about the strange luxury of having weekends free to pursue my own interests. I've started writing professionally freelance articles about family dynamics, emotional abuse, and the journey to self-worth. My first published piece, The Invisible Family Member, resonated with thousands of readers who recognized their own experiences in my story. The response was overwhelming. Emails from people who'd lived similar lives, thank you notes from others who found the courage to set their own boundaries, messages from therapists who shared the article with clients struggling with toxic families. My dating life has transformed, too. When you stop accepting crumbs from family, you become unable to accept them from romantic partners. I'm seeing someone now, a kind, emotionally available person who treats me with the respect I thought was reserved for other people. He's never met my mother or uncle, and he never will. Some boundaries are non-negotiable. Let me tell you what happened to each person in this story, because closure matters. My mother continues living in her too expensive house, but now she pays her own bills. She's had to downsize her lifestyle significantly and frequently posts on social media about the ungrateful children who abandon their families. She has very few friends left. Most people grew tired of her constant victim narrative and need for drama. My uncle lost one of his rental properties to tax foreclosure and had to sell another to pay debts. His drinking got worse after losing his free financial support system, and he's become increasingly isolated. He still insists he did nothing wrong, but his own children barely speak to him anymore. My sister moved across the country for a job opportunity, but I suspect she was also fleeing the wreckage of our family's reputation in town. She sends me birthday cards now with generic messages about hoping we can reconnect someday. I appreciate the gesture, but trust is earned, not inherited. My cousin, the one who invited me to that fateful dinner, is thriving. She moved in with my grandmother after graduating college, and they've become each other's chosen family. She visits me regularly, and we've built the kind of relationship I always wanted with a sister. My father and I have weekly dinners now. He's dating someone nice who treats me like a daughter from the start, not someone who has to earn acceptance. He's more involved in my life than he's ever been, and he frequently apologizes for the years he stayed silent. I've forgiven him because he did the work to change. My grandmother is my hero. At 83, she decided she was too old to waste time on fake family harmony. She speaks her mind now, stands up for people being mistreated, and has become a fierce advocate for authenticity in relationships. She's the matriarch our family needed all along. As for me, I'm finally living my own life instead of servicing everyone else's. I have hobbies, goals, dreams that belong to me alone. I've learned that being alone is better than being with people who make you feel lonely. I've discovered that saying no to the wrong people creates space for the right ones to find you. The most unexpected gift of this whole experience was discovering that I'm actually quite likable when I'm not desperately trying to prove my worth. When you stop performing for acceptance, you attract people who accept you as you are. Sometimes people ask if I regret sending those recordings, if I wish I'd tried to work things out differently. The answer is always no. That Thanksgiving dinner, humiliating as it was, gave me the gift of absolute clarity. There's immense power in stop pretending that cruelty is love, that obligation is affection, that being needed is the same as being valued. I grieved the family I thought I had, then celebrated the family I actually deserved. Some of them had been there all along, just waiting for me to stop chasing people who were never going to choose me back. Today, I choose myself. Every single day, I choose myself. And for the first time in my life, that feels like enough. Now on to the next story. Story 4. My girlfriend's little sister has a crush on me, and everyone except me thinks it's funny. I'm exhausted by this situation and honestly considering breaking up with my girlfriend. My girlfriend and I are in our 30s, and her little sister just turned 18. Since then, she has been acting more and more persistent toward me. She's always trying to find ways to help me, constantly starting conversations, trying to be alone with me, dressing up when she knows I'll be around, and even copying her sister's style with clothes and makeup. Everyone thinks it's harmless and even jokes about it, saying things like, "Oh, I saw your sister's boyfriend today," or, "Is he your boyfriend now?" But to me, it's extremely uncomfortable. The last few times I tried to spend some alone time with my girlfriend at her house, her little sister would interrupt us, knocking on the door with silly excuses or just barging in without warning. I can't understand how no one finds this behavior strange. One time, she even tried to unlock the door while I was in the room with my girlfriend. She only got a light scolding, and that was it. Everyone treats it like it's just a harmless phase that will pass. My girlfriend laughs it off because she knows I'd never look at her sister that way. And of course she's right. But that doesn't make the situation any less uncomfortable for me. What worries me most is the possibility that her sister could make up stories or misinterpret my actions. I can't let a misunderstanding ruin my reputation or destroy my life. I've tried talking to my girlfriend multiple times, explaining how seriously I take this and how uncomfortable I feel, but she always brushes it off. At this point, I'm starting to think that breaking up is the only solution. After that last conversation with Marina about her sister, I truly thought things would change. I thought maybe she would finally understand how serious the situation was and talk to her sister. After all, she knew I would never do anything inappropriate, but that didn't make the situation any less disturbing. I was wrong. Nothing changed. In fact, it got worse. The following weekend, Marina invited me over for a family dinner at her house. There was something about the invitation that made me hesitate, but I agreed to go. When I arrived, I noticed that her sister, Camila, was even more dressed up than usual. She wore an expensive-looking dress, perfectly done makeup, and her hair was carefully styled. It was obvious she had put in more effort than necessary for a family dinner. I tried to ignore it, but it became impossible when she was the first to greet me. "Hi, Lucas. You look really handsome today." The way she said it was unsettling, with a playful, almost flirtatious smile. I glanced at Marina hoping she would pick up on it, but she just laughed, thinking it was harmless. "Oh, look at that, Lucas. Camila is complimenting you again. You're her eternal crush." Marina said it like it was the most normal thing in the world. The whole table laughed, and I just sat there frozen, trying to understand why no one found this weird. It was as if my presence there was some kind of entertainment for Camila, and the family just watched it unfold like a live comedy show. During dinner, Camila made sure to sit right next to me. Every time I said something, Even something completely meaningless, she reacted in an exaggerated way, laughing loudly or agreeing enthusiastically. At one point, she accidentally dropped her napkin on the floor and took far too long to pick it up. It was uncomfortable. I looked at Marina hoping she would notice her sister's behavior, but she was too caught up in a conversation with her mother. The breaking point of the night came when I was helping clear the table. Camila came into the kitchen, and while I was placing dishes in the sink, she got closer to me. "You know you're the most handsome guy I've ever seen, right?" Her words came with a confident, direct gaze, something I'd never seen from her before. I froze for a moment, then mumbled something like, "Thanks, but that's not appropriate," and stepped away. She just laughed as if my response was some kind of joke. When we returned to the living room, she acted as if nothing had happened, and again, no one seemed to notice. After I left that house, I started seriously thinking about what was going on. That girl had just turned 18, but her behavior wasn't just a silly teenage crush. She was testing boundaries, and the fact that no one was stepping in only encouraged her more. The next day, I texted Marina and explained again how deeply this was affecting me. Her response frustrated me even more. "Babe, you're overreacting. It's just a phase. She would never actually do anything." That was the moment I realized Marina would never take this seriously. To her, it was all just one big joke. In the following weeks, Camila kept getting bolder. She started showing up at places where I was with Marina, pretending it was a coincidence. One day, we were at the mall and she just happened to be there too, claiming she was out shopping. She ended up tagging along with us the entire afternoon, dominating the conversation and making comments that left me deeply uncomfortable. "You and my sister make a cute couple, but I think you'd look better with me," she said it in a joking tone, but her eyes told a different story. Marina laughed it off again. "Oh, stop it, Camila. He'd never go for you. Like that solved everything." But it didn't. It only made things worse. Things reached a breaking point when I went to pick up Marina at her house one afternoon and Camila was the one who opened the door. She was alone, which immediately put me on edge. While we waited for Marina to finish getting ready, Camila sat next to me on the couch and started talking. At first, it seemed harmless, but the conversation quickly shifted. "You know, if you and my sister ever break up, I'm here. I think we'd be a better match." She wasn't joking, her tone was serious. I stood up immediately, saying I'd wait in the car. She let out a soft laugh and said, "Wow, you're so serious. Relax, it was just a joke." But it didn't feel like a joke. I told Marina what had happened, but as always, she brushed it off. "You really need to stop taking this so seriously. She's just messing around. Do you honestly think she has feelings for you? She's just a kid." That made me furious. How could she be so blind? After that, I started avoiding going to her house. Every time Marina suggested it, I came up with excuses, but this started causing tension between us. "Why don't you ever want to see my family? This is getting annoying." I knew that explaining it again would be pointless, so I just said I was busy or tired. Now I'm stuck in a dilemma. I love Marina, but this situation is destroying me. Camila is getting bolder by the day, and Marina seems incapable of taking it seriously. Of course, I feel like if this continues, something bad could happen. Every day the pressure builds, and I feel like I'm reaching my breaking point. After yet another frustrating conversation with Marina, I felt completely lost. No matter how many times I tried to explain how uncomfortable Camila's behavior made me feel, Marina always dismissed it as a joke, like it was just a harmless phase that would pass. But it wasn't. Camila was becoming bolder, more confident, and I felt like I was walking straight into a trap that no one else seemed to see. I needed advice. Someone to tell me if I was overreacting or if this situation was as serious as I thought. So I decided to talk to Andre, my best friend. If anyone could give me honest advice, it was him. We met at a quiet bar we used to go to. As soon as Andre saw me, he knew something was wrong. "Man, you look terrible. What's going on?" he asked with concern. I let out a long sigh and started telling him everything. The suggestive comments from Camila, how she dressed provocatively when I was around, the time she tried to unlock the door while I was with Marina. I told him how Marina refused to take it seriously, brushing it off as if it were some kind of joke. Andre listened quietly, his expression growing more serious. He took a sip of his beer and leaned in closer. Dude, this isn't a joke. That girl is playing with fire, and you could be the one who gets burned. He lowered his voice. You need to protect yourself. Start recording every time you're around her. Leave your phone recording. If she tries anything, you'll have proof. Record her. I asked, surprised. Yes, you don't know how far she might go. If she makes something up, you're screwed, but if you have it recorded, she can't twist the story. You need to be smart about this. The idea made me uncomfortable, but I knew he was right. If Camila crossed the line, I needed to be prepared. The next day, I set up my phone to record audio automatically. I placed it in my back pocket, making sure the microphone was clear. I couldn't afford to take chances. That very afternoon, I received a message from Camila. Hey Lucas, could you help me with something? I bought a big mirror and need help hanging it in my room. It's heavy and I don't want to bother Marina. She's busy. A chill ran down my spine. It was too obvious, but saying no could be dangerous. If she got offended, she could start making up stories. I took a deep breath and replied, I'll stop by later. Before leaving the house, I activated the recording. I didn't know what to expect, but I wasn't going to lower my guard. When I arrived, Camila opened the door. She was wearing a silky robe that barely covered her body. Marina went out to run some errands. This will be quick, she said with a smile that made me uneasy. Where's the mirror? I asked, keeping my distance. In my room. Come, I'll show you. I followed her upstairs. As I entered her room, I saw the mirror leaning against the wall, but something was off. The room was dimly lit, candles were burning, and there was a strong scent of perfume. The mirror was positioned strategically facing the bed. Where do you want me to hang it? I asked, my voice dry. Right there, near the bed, she replied, her tone soft, almost like a whisper. I started measuring the wall. That's when I noticed something strange in the mirror's reflection. I froze. In the reflection, I saw Camila slowly loosening the tie of her robe. It slid off her shoulders and fell to the floor. Underneath, she was wearing black lingerie. Tight, provocative, clearly chosen for this moment. She knew exactly where I was looking. She wanted me to see. I turned around immediately. Camila, what the hell are you doing? She smiled, biting her lip. Oh, come on, Lucas. You don't have to pretend. I know you like what you see. No one has to know. Marina doesn't need to find out. My stomach turned. Put that on right now. Don't ever do this again. But she didn't move. She just kept smiling. Look, if you don't want it, that's fine, but... Her voice dropped to a chilling tone. If you don't give me what I want, I'll tell everyone you tried to touch me. I'll tell Marina, your friends, and who do you think they'll believe? Me or you? I froze, my breathing quickened. She was threatening me. She thought she had control, but what she didn't know was that I had everything recorded. Every word, every threat. Without saying a word, I left the room. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely breathe. I got into my car, locked the doors, and stopped the recording. My hands were shaking. I called Andre. Dude, it happened. She did it. She threatened me. She said she'll tell everyone I tried to touch her if I don't give her what she wants. There was silence on the other end. Tell me you recorded that. Every second of it. Good. Keep it safe and be careful, Lucas. This isn't over. I hung up. I knew he was right. This wasn't the end. Camila wasn't going to stop now. I was trapped. If I showed the recording to Marina, would she believe me, or would she think I was twisting things to make Camila look bad? And what if Camila got ahead of me and claimed I was harassing her? I had proof, but I was terrified. I knew something worse was coming. I had never felt so much anger and frustration in my life. After what Camila did in that room, I knew I had to put an end to this once and for all. I couldn't keep pretending everything was normal, not after that threat. I had the recording in my hands, clear, solid, undeniable proof. It was time to confront Marina with the truth. She needed to know who her sister really was. I grabbed my phone, reviewed the audio, and mentally prepared myself. My heart was racing, but I was determined. I called Marina, but she didn't answer. I texted her, "We need to talk now." As I drove to their house, I kept telling myself that this would finally end here, that I would be free from this madness. But what awaited me was far worse than anything I could have imagined. As soon as I parked in front of the house, I noticed something strange. Several cars were parked along the street, some of which I recognized as belonging to Marina's family. Before I could even knock on the door, it swung open violently. Marina stood there, her eyes red and swollen from crying. Before I could say a word, she slapped me across the face. "You bastard!" she screamed, tears streaming down her face. "How could you try to grab my sister?" I froze. I looked around and saw her entire family gathered in the living room. Her father, mother, a few uncles, and Camila sitting on the couch with her face buried in her hands, pretending to cry. "What the hell is going on here?" I asked, completely confused. "How dare you ask that?" Marina's father stepped forward. "Camila told us everything. She said you tried to force yourself on her." It felt like the ground had disappeared beneath my feet. My hands started shaking, but not from fear, from rage. "What?" I shouted in disbelief. "You actually believe that?" Before anyone could answer, I heard sirens. The police had arrived. 2 officers stepped out of their car and approached the house. "We received a report about an attempted assault." "Who made the call?" one of the officers asked. Marina's mother raised her hand and pointed straight at me. "It was him. He tried to grab my daughter." She spat, her eyes filled with hatred. My blood boiled. My entire body trembled. "You people are insane," I exploded. "You really believe this lie?" The officers gave me cautious looks. "Sir, we're going to need you to come with us." I laughed, a bitter, desperate laugh. "No, no, not before you hear this." I pulled out my phone with trembling hands. "You want the truth? Listen to this." I played the audio. The room fell into a suffocating silence. Every word from Camila echoed through the air. Her forced compliments, her provocative tone, and finally the chilling threat. "If you don't be with me, I'll tell everyone you tried to grab me." Slowly, everyone's eyes turned toward Camila, who had turned pale and was now frozen in place. The silence was broken by one of the officers. "Miss, this is very serious. Do you have anything to say?" Camila didn't answer. Her fake tears had vanished. She just stared at the floor. Marina was in shock. She was trembling, staring at me, then back at her sister, unable to process what she had just heard. "You're all a disgrace," I shouted, my voice filled with fury. "This entire family is a disgrace. You believe a spoiled brat without even listening to me. And if I didn't have this recording, you'd be celebrating while I was being arrested right now. I could be in jail or worse, dead." Marina's father was speechless. Her mother covered her mouth with her hands. Marina collapsed onto the couch, powerless. "Sir, would you like to press charges?" the officer asked. I stared at Camila, who was now crying for real. Not out of manipulation, but fear. "Yes, I want to press charges. She tried to ruin my life with a lie. She has to face the consequences." The officers exchanged glances. One of them approached Camila. "Miss, you're being taken to the station for questioning. Please come with us." Camila started begging. "No, please. It was just a joke. I didn't want it to go this far." But it was too late. As they led her out, the entire family stood frozen, not knowing what to do. Marina's mother turned to me. "Are you really going to do this to her? She's just a girl." I stepped forward, looking each of them in the eye. "She's a girl who almost destroyed my life, and you helped her. And you know what? If I hadn't recorded this, you'd all be cheering while I was dragged away. Don't you dare talk to me about morality." Marina tried to stand but crumbled into sobs. There was nothing left to say. I walked out of that house, my chest burning with rage. At the police station, I filed the report. I explained everything. I showed them the recordings. The officers were clear. This was no joke. Camila was detained and would face charges for false accusation and defamation. I made it clear that I wasn't going to back down. She needed to understand that actions have consequences. Marina's family tried to contact me afterward, but I ignored every call. I blocked numbers, deleted contacts, erased everything that tied me to them. Marina sent me one last message. I'm so sorry. I can't believe I let this happen. Please forgive me. I read it and deleted it. There was nothing left to say. From that moment on, I was free from that family, that lie, and that pain, and I would never again let anyone come close to destroying my life. Now on to the next story. Story 5. The night before my wedding, I received a wedding dress that didn't fit my body. Tiago, who had been my boyfriend for 7 years, snatched it from my hands with a look of displeasure and said indifferently, "It's not for you." The next day, his childhood friend, Amanda, tried on the dress and it fit her perfectly. While watching her affectionately, Tiago said to me without even turning his head, "Don't blame her. She just likes wearing beautiful clothes." After that, he didn't even come home on our wedding night. So I went to the hospital to abort the fetus in my womb and called the HR department of Tiago's competitor, Marina, and accepted their offer. "Marina, I'll be starting work next week," I said. After pressing the send button, I felt relieved. Meanwhile, Tiago didn't come home for an entire night and only sent me a message as if he had just realized he still had a wife. "Tiago, are you awake?" Without receiving a reply, he sent another message. "Amanda stained the wedding dress yesterday. She didn't mean to. Remember to take the dress to the dry cleaner when you wake up." As expected, he contacted me because of Amanda. I blocked him and called the most renowned divorce lawyer in town, Marcelo. "Do you take divorce cases involving a marriage that lasted only 1 day?" As soon as I said this, I couldn't help but mock myself, realizing that my 7-year affection for Tiago ended up being wasted. Marcelo seemed surprised and could only say, "Of course. Can you tell me the details of your request?" The conversation with the lawyer continued until noon, when Tiago, who hadn't even taken off his groom suit, opened the door to my room. When he saw me, he said nothing, only asking with a frown, "Why didn't you reply to my messages?" In truth, I had anticipated this question because I always replied to his messages almost instantly after receiving them during all those years of our relationship. I could only get a few words in response from Tiago. On the rare occasions he texted me first, it was always about Amanda. Hanging up the phone, I replied evasively, "I got up too late to see your messages." Tiago didn't seem to care about my response and put his legs on the table after sitting beside me. Then he immersed himself in his phone with a slight smile. Obviously, he was texting Amanda. Without even looking up, he ordered, "Can you massage my shoulders? They feel tight." He probably hadn't paid attention to what I had just said. Tilting my head, I suddenly noticed a kiss mark on his neck and felt nauseated. My lack of response irritated Tiago, who rubbed the skin between his eyebrows and said, "Are you going to keep ignoring what I say forever? Remember, you're an adult, not a child, so stop fussing over these trivial matters." But the last part of his speech was interrupted as I stood up. "Tell me which part is tight," I said calmly. Tiago stopped complaining and was about to say something again when he glimpsed the floor mirror opposite the sofa. Seeing my fingers near the striking kiss mark on his neck, he jumped off the sofa as if he had been electrocuted. Standing up awkwardly, Tiago said something to justify his strange behavior. "All right, no need to massage me. I brought you lunch. Let me heat it up for you, okay?" After grabbing his phone and fleeing to the kitchen, I lifted my head and saw my pale face in the mirror. The pain from the abortion still lingered in my body, but he had no idea that our child had been aborted. Pressing my lips together, I opened Instagram and saw a photo with location information posted by Amanda. It was taken in an upscale seafood restaurant with a caption, "My dear enjoyed the wedding yesterday and took me to savor some seafood cuisine. I'm so happy, though it's a little sad to waste food since I have a small appetite." In the photo, Tiago was leaning down to carefully wipe oil from the corners of her mouth. They were as close as newlywed lovebirds. I gave it a like. There was a burnt smell coming from the kitchen, and Tiago hurriedly served the hot lunch to me. On the screen of his phone, which wasn't locked, I saw the chat box with Amanda. Looking down, I saw that the so-called lunch he brought me was some shrimp, obviously leftovers from his previous meal. I got up and threw the dish into the trash. My reaction gave him an excuse to vent all his dissatisfaction with me that day as he clicked his tongue and said, "I already picked out the burnt ones and threw them away. So what's with that face? I gave you the wedding you wanted. What else do you want? I hate your petty attitude. There's nothing between Amanda and me." As I looked at him, I found his excuses more and more laughable. Without a doubt, Amanda had told him about my like on Instagram. What a cute couple they were. I placed the plate back on the table and said calmly, "Don't overthink. I'm just allergic to seafood." Tiago was stunned and looked a little flustered. He said with a trace of guilt, "Sorry, I forgot. I'll take you on a honeymoon to make it up when our marriage leave is granted." I said nothing. In the past, whenever I begged him to take me traveling, he would always refuse and accuse me of ignoring how busy he was with work. Instead, he used every holiday to take Amanda to all the places she wanted to visit. After finding out about this in the past, I questioned him about the photos Amanda posted on Instagram while crying, only to get his impatient reply, "Amanda is just a child. Do you really have to make a big deal out of everything with her?" Yesterday's wedding wouldn't have happened if I hadn't almost knelt in front of him. All the guests could see that I wasn't the protagonist of that wedding. In the past, I would have made a scene demanding an explanation from him through tears, but now, all that remained in my heart was indifference. After reflecting on what I had done in the past, I realized how incredibly stupid I had been. Instead of agreeing to his proposal, I unlocked my phone and saw a message from Marina. "Welcome to our company. You can start working anytime in the next 2 weeks." I couldn't help but smile and immediately replied, "Okay, I'll be there next Monday." Noticing the bright smile on my face, Tiago asked with displeasure, "What are you talking about so happily?" I locked my phone and replied evasively, "Nothing." Unexpectedly, he grabbed my phone and tried to unlock it, but failed after trying several password combinations. Tiago couldn't help but frown even more. That was because all the passwords for all my apps used to be his birthday. The message I hadn't replied to, along with my unusual attitude toward him, made Tiago suspicious. He threw my phone on the sofa and tried to ask casually, "Why did you change the password?" Picking up the phone, I replied calmly, "Nothing in particular. I just wanted to change it." Tiago opened his mouth but eventually said nothing. Later, he took me out for dinner. When I opened the passenger door, a cute note was attached to it. It said, "The exclusive seat of Princess Amanda." I was about to slam the door when Tiago grabbed my wrist and explained with an embarrassed expression, "Amanda put it there as a joke. You can take it off if you don't like it." His behavior was hilarious to me. If he truly cared about how I would feel seeing that note, he wouldn't have allowed Amanda to put something so provocative there in the first place. Deep down, he preferred Amanda over me. I shrugged indifferently to show I didn't care and walked past him to the back seat. However, as soon as I sat down, I felt something hard against my hip. I reached out and picked it up. Inside the circle of a diamond ring, the initials AM were meticulously engraved. I knew it was Amanda's name. Before I could take a closer look, Tiago hurriedly stretched out his hand to grab it. "Amanda must have dropped it in my car. I'll take it to her at the office tomorrow." While saying this, Tiago watched my expression with evasive eyes to see if I was upset. My calm face eased his concerns. I realized it was the best-selling model from a renowned wedding ring brand, which allowed a man to purchase only one ring with his ID. The brand strongly promoted the idea of eternal love and loyalty, something that had always deeply attracted me. However, when I had gathered the courage to ask Tiago about buying the rings, he responded with mockery. "You can't see the trap of formalistic consumerism. You're so dumb and hopeless." Burying the hurt deep in my heart, I convinced myself he was just an overly pragmatic man. Even at the wedding, I wore the simple ring he had bought from a street stall years ago. Now, I discovered that I did have a sense of ceremony. He just preferred to share it with someone else. I could imagine the passionate sex in the back seat, so wild that it made Amanda drop the ring, but it didn't matter to me anymore. During dinner, Tiago noticed that I had taken off our wedding ring. When he finally looked up from his phone, as expected, he questioned me about it. I replied indifferently, without even raising my head, "Oh, I must have lost it. It's nothing important anyway, isn't it?" Hearing this, Tiago locked his phone with a troubled expression. The thought that I might care about the ring in the back seat led him to explain, "Amanda begged me to buy her that ring when we went shopping. I couldn't break her heart, could I?" I looked at him and said, confused, "And what does that have to do with me?" The completely different attitude he had toward me and Amanda had caused countless arguments between us. His initial indifference and later indiscriminate insults had shown me who he truly was. Now, I just felt he was interrupting my meal. After dinner, Tiago insisted on taking me to a mall to choose a new ring. Despite my repeated refusals, he kept insisting on buying a new one. While I sat in the car, passing the time by looking out at the street, the sky thundered, and the next second it started pouring rain. That was when Tiago's phone rang. The ringtone didn't match his style at all. Obviously, it was Amanda, as that was her specific call ringtone. This reminded me that last month he had yelled at me just because I accidentally touched his phone. I was 2 months pregnant at the time when he shoved me to the ground. A sharp pain struck my womb and I almost miscarried. Facing my pain, Tiago slammed the door and went out to take Amanda to buy the snack she suddenly craved. Remembering the past, I couldn't help but clench my fists. As expected, Amanda's cries came through his phone. "Tiago, it's thundering. I'm so scared being home alone. Can you come over?" He immediately pulled the car over and, eager to get to Amanda, said without any guilt for me, "I have something urgent to do now. It's not far from here. Just pick the ring you like by yourself." I was left standing in the pouring rain. Looking at the road signs, I realized the nearest mall was a kilometer away. Then, I received a message reminding me to accept the money Tiago had transferred to me for the ring. With a sneer, I transferred the money back and took a taxi home. When I arrived home, still drenched, I received a message from Amanda sent by mistake. It was a picture of her on Tiago's couch wearing one of his shirts with a caption that read, "Thank you for always taking care of me. Love, you're the best." My stomach churned. It wasn't just her audacity, but the fact that I knew Tiago had been with her, while I stood in the rain alone trying to piece my life back together. For a moment, I gripped my phone tightly, contemplating my options. I could ignore it and pretend I hadn't seen it, but the thought disgusted me. I had spent far too long accepting Tiago's disrespect. Instead, I decided to respond, "You sent this to the wrong person, Amanda. What a shame. Enjoy it while you can." I sent the message before rationality could stop me. I sat on the couch, still soaked, too exhausted to change clothes. My mind was flooded with humiliation, rage, and a growing determination to do something. I couldn't continue being Tiago's doormat. He had reduced me to a shadow of the person I used to be. I picked up my phone again and found the last message from Marcelo, the lawyer. "Can we speed up the divorce process? I'm ready to get this done as soon as possible." I had barely sent the message when I heard the door open. Tiago walked in, his suit still damp from the rain. His expression irritated, as if I were the one responsible for all his troubles. "Why didn't you wait for me at the mall? I gave you money for the ring." He looked at me with disdain, but something in my expression seemed to unsettle him. For the first time in a long time, I didn't cower. I stood up, still holding my phone, and replied in the coldest tone I could muster. "I returned the money, Tiago. I don't need anything from you." He scoffed, throwing his keys onto the table. "You're overreacting. Amanda is just a friend, you know that." I couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. "A friend? Is that what you said every time she invaded what should have been our space? Is that what you said while you wiped her mouth on our sham of a honeymoon? Or when you bought her a diamond ring while giving me a street vendor's trinket? And now, are you still going to pretend she's just a friend when I see her wearing your clothes on the couch we paid for together?" Tiago paused for a moment but quickly regained his composure. "You're imagining things. It's all in your head." He walked toward the bedroom, dismissing my words entirely. I followed him, unable to hold back. Imagining things? Was it my imagination when I almost lost our child because you thought it was more important to take Amanda for a snack? Was it my imagination when you didn't even bother to ask how I was after I lost the baby? No, Tiago, I'm not imagining anything. I'm just done being an idiot. He stopped and turned to me, his eyes narrowing. You always make a big deal out of everything. Maybe that's why Amanda is so much easier to deal with. Those words were a knife to my chest. It wasn't just the pain. It was the confirmation that he had never valued me. I felt tears threatening to spill, but I refused to let them fall. Instead, I took a deep breath and replied, "You're right. Amanda is easier because she has no dignity. She's content with leftovers, with scraps, but I refuse to live like that. Consider this the end, Tiago. I want you out of my house by tomorrow." He laughed, incredulous. "You don't have the guts. Try doubting me one more time." I shot back firmly. I grabbed my phone and started dialing the police. He saw my actions and, for the first time, hesitated. "You're really serious about this, aren't you? More serious than you ever were about our marriage." Tiago stormed out of the bedroom, muttering, but not before saying, "You're going to regret this." That night, I locked the bedroom door and sat on the bed. I couldn't sleep. My mind replayed all the ways he had belittled me, how Amanda always seemed to come out on top. But amidst the chaos in my thoughts, an idea began to take shape. This wasn't just about getting rid of Tiago. It was about rebuilding myself and maybe, just maybe, about making sure he and Amanda faced the consequences of their actions. By morning, Tiago had left, but his belongings were still scattered around the house. I called Marcelo and asked him to expedite the process. I also began looking for a new place to live. If Tiago thought I'd be a passive victim, he was about to learn otherwise. Before heading to work, I received a notification from Amanda. "If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. I'm here to help." I didn't reply. I saved the message. Something told me that one day I'd use it against her and Tiago. It was only a matter of time. I knew the end wasn't just for the marriage. It marked the beginning of something far greater. Tiago and Amanda couldn't walk away unscathed, leaving behind a trail of humiliation and pain. What they had done to me wouldn't be forgotten, but I made sure every choice they made from now on came with a price. The next morning, I began preparing. First, I called Marcelo and requested not only to speed up the divorce but also to include a clause ensuring Tiago would have no claim to the house. With all the evidence I had, messages, receipts, and even photos of Amanda in my home, Marcelo assured me the law would be on my side. This was just the beginning. While packing some belongings, I stumbled upon a box of Tiago's old documents. Among overdue bills and forgotten papers, I uncovered something revealing. He owed a significant amount in personal loans and was behind on payments for a car he had secretly financed. Amanda, of course, probably had no idea. This gave me the perfect idea. I decided to dig deeper, and with the help of a mutual contact, I discovered he also had debts tied to a small business he had opened with Amanda. A cafe that, as it turned out, was barely staying afloat. Armed with this information, I acted calmly and strategically. I called his creditors and anonymously informed them that Tiago was in the middle of a divorce and likely unable to meet his obligations. I didn't need to make anything up. The truth was enough. Within a week, I started hearing news that creditors were pressing him more aggressively. Tiago was running out of options. Meanwhile, the message Amanda had mistakenly sent me finally found its purpose. I contacted her company's HR department anonymously, attaching screenshots of her messages and photos, many clearly taken during work hours. As I suspected, she had been using company time for her escapades with Tiago. Days later, I heard Amanda had been fired. I knew this because Tiago showed up at my door, furious. "You ruined her life. You're a bitter, vengeful woman," he yelled, trying to appear in control, but his voice wavered. I stared at him, calm as ever, and replied, "Me? I didn't ruin anything, Tiago. You and Amanda did that all on your own. I simply showed the world who you really are." Before he could respond, I shut the door in his face. Meanwhile, my new job at Tiago's competitor under Marina's leadership was going better than I could have imagined. Not only was I valued, but I also knew his company was beginning to lose clients. I didn't lift a finger. Tiago's arrogance and incompetence were catching up with him. Over time, rumors of his poor management began to circulate, and Marina informed me that several of his major contracts had been canceled. The cherry on top came a few months later. Marcelo informed me that the divorce had been finalized and Tiago not only lost all rights to the house, but was also ordered to pay compensation for emotional damages. The decision was based on all the evidence I presented, including his negligence during my pregnancy and his blatant betrayals. Tiago tried to appeal but couldn't afford a good lawyer by this point. Amanda had already disappeared from the picture, leaving him with debts and a clear message that she wanted nothing to do with him. From what I heard, she moved back in with her parents, embarrassed and unemployed. Tiago, on the other hand, ended up moving into a small apartment in a cheap neighborhood. It didn't take long for him to start selling whatever he could to cover his debts. His car was repossessed, and his reputation was in ruins. As for me, for the first time in years, I felt the freedom to start over. With the money I had saved and the stability of my new job, I purchased an apartment in a place I'd always dreamed of living. Slowly, I began decorating it, each detail reflecting the person I had become. Strong, resilient, and, above all, unbreakable. Tiago tried to contact me a few times afterward, mostly to beg for money or help. He even attempted to apologize, but his apology was hollow, full of self-pity and regret for losing the benefits he had with me. I ignored every message. To me, he no longer existed. Amanda, on the other hand, tried to rebuild her life, but her tarnished reputation followed her. I learned that she had taken a job as a waitress at a small cafe, ironically similar to the one she and Tiago had tried to open together. From what I heard, she still blamed Tiago for everything, but her shame kept them from reconciling. Now, looking back, I know my revenge wasn't just about exposing Tiago and Amanda's failures, but about rising from the ashes and showing them, and myself, that no one could destroy me. Every decision I made was calculated, not out of impulsiveness but out of necessity. They learned their lessons and I learned mine. However, I always kept one card up my sleeve. Among the evidence I had collected, there was something I never used. A series of messages and documents that could not only bury Tiago for good, but also further tarnish Amanda's name. I decided to hold on to it, not out of mercy, but because I knew that if they ever dared to come after me, I'd be ready. Because now I would never be caught off guard again. Now on to the next story. Story 6. My crazy ex-boyfriend stole all my money, then disappeared, so I tracked him down and did the same exact thing to him. He went insane in the aftermath and got himself imprisoned. When I first met my boyfriend, Ken, I opened up to him about my past relationship. I told him that the man I was with was abusive, and Ken responded by telling me he would take care of me. Not even 2 weeks in, he was sending flowers to my workplace. We quickly began dating, but unlike most sociopaths, Ken didn't flip the switch when we got together. Instead, he was the perfect boyfriend for an entire year. I thought I was going to marry him, but I woke up one day to him missing and all of his stuff gone. I called, but he wouldn't respond. I started going through drawers hoping to find something, but I noticed some valuables. My watch, my earrings, and even a couple hundred cash in my wallet. What's much worse is when I logged into my bank account, I saw that he had cleared all of it out too. Every dime out of the $100,000 I had in savings was gone. Because I was quite dumb at the time and living above my means, I failed to pay rent for the next 3 months. I was evicted and left homeless. The weeks that followed were a blur. I couldn't eat or sleep, and my phone was constantly blowing up with calls from debt collectors. It was humiliating. I'd gone from having everything, love, a stable life, and finances on point, to having absolutely nothing. My family couldn't believe what had happened, and I didn't even want to explain it. It was too embarrassing. Living out of my car wasn't sustainable. I'd park in different places each night to avoid attention, but it was only a matter of time before someone noticed. I still had a few belongings crammed into the back seat, but every day it seemed like I was losing more, whether it was my dignity, my hope, or another bill that went unpaid. Eventually, I realized that I couldn't handle this on my own and called Kayla. Kayla had been my best friend for years in college, and we drifted apart after we started working, but the bond was still tight whenever we met up for lunch. When she found out what happened, she didn't hesitate. She immediately offered me a place to stay. At first, I resisted. I didn't want to be a burden, but Kayla wouldn't take no for an answer. "You're moving in with me, end of discussion," she said, crossed her arms, and gave me a look that said she meant business. I didn't have much choice, so I packed up what little I had and moved into her spare bedroom. It wasn't much, but it was a hell of a lot better than sleeping in my car. The first night, I cried myself to sleep out of sheer relief. I was beyond grateful that someone still cared about me after everything I had been through. For a while, I stayed at Kayla's. I applied for jobs and worked on getting my finances back in order, but no matter how hard I worked, one thought kept gnawing at me. Ken was out there living his life with my money, probably laughing about how he had fooled me so easily. The rage I felt was overwhelming. I wasn't the type to let things go easily, and the more I thought about it, the more determined I became to track him down. I knew it was crazy, and I debated whether I should have just let it go, moved on, and rebuilt my life, but I couldn't. That's when I decided to hire a private investigator. It was a stretch. I didn't have much money left, but I scraped together what I could and hired a PI to track Ken down. It worked out. I was also starting to get paid from the coffee shop job that I applied to recently. I needed to know where he was, what he was doing, and if there was any chance of getting my money back. After a few weeks of staying at Kayla's, I started to feel a bit of guilt settling in. As much as she said I didn't need to worry about paying rent, it didn't sit right with me. She was my best friend, and I wasn't about to take advantage of her kindness. One morning over coffee, I told her that I would start paying her rent, and she refused to take it since I was her best friend. I told her it would make me feel like I had a bit more control over my life and would find a way to pay her every month, so she allowed it. That way turned out to be opening another credit card. I had sworn off credit after what happened with Ken, but it felt like my only option between rent and funding the private investigator to track down Ken. The costs were piling up, and it wasn't like I could ask my parents for help. They already thought I was reckless for getting into this mess in the first place. I stared at my phone screen for a good 20 minutes before finally pressing submit on the credit card application. I knew that it would be worth it. I'd get my money back once I tracked him down. Once I had everything he stole from me, I could pay off Kayla, pay off the PI, and clear all these credit card balances. It was temporary, or at least that's what I kept telling myself. Temporary or not, seeing the charges rack up made my stomach turn. The PI wasn't cheap, and I'd set aside a good chunk of that new credit limit just to pay him. Each week, I got another update, another clue as to where Ken was hiding. Kayla noticed I'd been more tense lately. One night, as we were watching TV, she casually asked if I was okay because I seemed stressed. I didn't want to worry her with the details and told her I was fine, just trying to balance everything. She said if it was about the PI, she told me not to go through with that and that I shouldn't have to go broke over this. That was true. I did run it by Kayla and didn't tell her that I went through with the PI, and I felt bad for it at first, but I had to. Once this was all over, I'd have my money back and I'd pay her every cent I owed. I just needed a little more time. Kayla raised an eyebrow, but she didn't push it further. I was already in too deep and I had to believe this would all work out in the end. The PI worked fast. Within 2 weeks, he had tracked Ken to another city. He was living under a different name, using fake documents, and of course, still living off the money he had stolen from me. Seeing pictures of Ken ignited a fire in me. I wasn't going to let him get away with it, but I needed help. That's when I thought of Sarah. Sarah was someone I hadn't spoken to in a long time. We used to be close, but over the years we had drifted apart too. I knew her in college, but she had never been to school. We hung in the same friend groups, and if there was one thing to know about Sarah, it was that she was trouble and always had been. She thrived on chaos and drama but was also incredibly smart with it. I knew that if anyone could help me get back at Ken, it was her. I reached out to Sarah, explained what had happened, and told her my plan. I didn't really know what to expect from Sarah. It had been years since we last talked, and the last time we met, she was getting into trouble that bordered on dangerous. But that's exactly why I thought of her. Sarah always knew how to navigate chaos as if it were her second nature, and I needed someone like that by my side now. Someone who not only understood the dirty game Ken played but also knew how to beat him. I grabbed my phone, hesitated, and typed a message explaining briefly what had happened and that I needed her help. It didn't take more than a few minutes for her reply to arrive. "Meet me at the bar on the corner in an hour. We have a lot to talk about." My heart raced. What was I about to do? Part of me still hesitated, but the other part, the bigger one hungry for justice, pushed me forward. I put on my coat, took a deep breath, and left the house. Kayla was at work, so I didn't need to explain anything. Maybe it was for the best, because she would surely try to talk me out of it. The bar was half empty when I walked in. In the corner, a woman with a piercing gaze and an enigmatic smile waved at me. It was Sarah, as full of energy as I remembered. When I approached, she raised an eyebrow, her gaze already filled with ulterior motives. "So, Ken stole from you and you want to get even, right?" she said, skipping the formalities. I nodded and sat down. "I want him to pay for everything. He destroyed my life." Sarah leaned in, her eyes gleaming with that dangerous mix of empathy and excitement. "You came to the right person, darling. We'll make it happen, but first you need to be ready. This won't be easy, and more importantly, it won't be legal." My throat went dry. Legalities were the last thing on my mind after everything Ken had done. Any hesitation I might have had was quickly evaporating. "I'm ready," I said, trying to sound confident. Sarah gave a sly smile. "Perfect. The first thing we need to do is turn the tables. He used fake documents, right? And he's living under the radar." "Yeah, the PI showed me pictures of him. He's in another city with a different name." "Great. So, the first step is to make him feel the same thing you felt when you realized you lost everything. We're going to make him doubt everything around him, even his own safety." "How do we do that?" I asked, feeling a mix of curiosity and fear. Sarah's smile turned mischievous as she began to outline her plan. The first stage was simple but brutal: mess with Ken's mind. The PI had already gathered information about where he was living, but Sarah had contacts who could go further. She knew hackers, people who could break into bank accounts, security systems, and even alter credit histories. The idea was to make Ken believe he was being watched, that his money was disappearing, and that his fake identity was compromised. Little by little, we would tear down the life he had built with what he stole from me. "We'll start small," Sarah explained. "He'll notice minor changes. A purchase he doesn't remember making, a random debit showing up, and then when he starts to realize something's wrong, we'll ramp it up." Over the next few weeks, we followed Sarah's plan to the letter. It was like watching a plot unfold. Only this time I was in control. Ken started getting calls from banks questioning suspicious transactions. Strange purchases began appearing on his statement, and he became paranoid. I knew because with the PI's help and Sarah's contacts, I was monitoring his every move. Watching his life unravel was a bitter pleasure, but I knew it still wasn't enough. That's when Sarah suggested something bolder. "What if you went to him?" My stomach churned. "Me? Face to face?" She nodded. "No direct contact at first, just enough for him to know you're nearby, that you didn't disappear like he thought. It'll be a mental blow. He needs to feel like you're a shadow trailing him." I was terrified by the idea, but I knew Sarah was right. It was the next logical step. So I prepared myself. With the PI's help, I temporarily moved to the city where Ken was living. I rented a small apartment from where I could observe him and began following him from a distance, always staying in the shadows. I spent days just watching, waiting for the right moment to make my move. One night, I went to the bar he frequented and sat in the darkest corner. Ken was with friends, laughing as if nothing had ever happened. When he went to the bathroom, I followed him without him noticing, and there in the narrow hallway, as he washed his hands, I appeared. When Ken saw me through the mirror, his expression of shock was almost comical. I didn't say anything. I just stood there staring at him, letting the fear settle in. He tried to speak, but his voice failed. I left before he could react, knowing that at that moment I had planted the seed of terror. Ken began acting erratically after that. He canceled outings, changed his routine, and even tried to move to a new apartment, but it didn't matter. Every time he thought he was safe, there I was, appearing from a distance, just enough for him to know I was close. With each sighting, he grew more paranoid, and it only fueled me more. The final phase of Sarah's plan involved something even darker, destroying what little stability Ken had left. That's when we took steps that forced Ken to make a fatal mistake. His paranoia led him to try and transfer large sums of money using fraudulent schemes, and it didn't take long for the authorities to catch up with him. When the police arrested him, everything he had built crumbled like a house of cards. I was there across the street when Ken was handcuffed. He saw me, and his eyes, filled with despair, searched for some explanation, but all he found was my sad, satisfied smile. At that moment, I knew I had won. After Ken's arrest, I thought the battle was finally over. He was in jail, his life in shambles, and I had achieved some form of justice. But it didn't take long for things to take another turn. A month after his arrest, I received a formal letter from a law firm. Ken was suing me. The claim: invasion of privacy, harassment, and even emotional distress. The most absurd part? He was trying to make it look like I was the villain in the story. As I read that letter, my blood boiled. It felt like the system itself was mocking me. Ken had destroyed my life, stolen everything I had, and now he wanted to make me pay for his own downfall. My anger only grew with each passing day. I talked to Sarah about it, and she, as always, was ready for the fight. If he thinks he's going to bring you down again, he's got another thing coming. We'll fight this and we'll win. I hired a good lawyer with the little money I had saved, and we began preparing our defense. The strategy was simple. Flip the narrative and show that Ken was not the victim but the predator. The first court hearing was tense. Ken showed up in court wearing what I imagined was his remorseful man disguise. He looked downcast, as if trying to convince everyone he was a wronged man. His lawyer presented their case passionately, claiming that my actions were a campaign of terror against Ken, that I had stalked and ruined his life. They even tried to downplay the theft, arguing that there wasn't enough evidence to prove he had stolen all of my money. On the other hand, I was determined not to be manipulated again. I took a deep breath as my lawyer presented the evidence. All the bank transfers, the fake documents, the private investigators' reports, and of course, the devastating impact Ken had on my life. In court, I had the chance to tell my story. I talked about what Ken had done, the time I spent homeless, the suffering he caused me. My lawyer argued that all my actions were a desperate attempt to reclaim what was rightfully mine, and that the real victim in this story was me. The evidence was undeniable. After months of back and forth in court, the ruling finally came in. I won the case. The judge not only dismissed Ken's claims but also ordered him to pay a hefty fine for all the trouble he caused. An amount that, added to what he already owed me, started to change my life. In addition, the judge issued a restraining order against Ken, forbidding him from any direct or indirect contact with me. Now he was required to stay away, and any attempt to violate the order would result in even more severe consequences. The relief I felt was indescribable. For the first time, I was truly free from Ken. With the money I received from the settlement, I started planning what to do next. During the legal process, I had shared part of my story online in forums and on social media to warn other women about the kind of person Ken was and the dangers he posed. The response was overwhelming. My story resonated with many people, and soon I was receiving messages of support from all over the world, from women who had been through similar situations and from people who wanted to see justice served. That's when I had an idea to turn my experience into something positive and productive. With the money I received, I invested in myself, taking courses and training, and began creating online content sharing my journey of recovery. I detailed how I had been deceived, how I had risen up, and how I fought to get my life back. My social media following quickly grew, and before I knew it, I was being invited to speak at events and conferences about financial recovery, abusive relationships, and resilience. Over time, I turned those speaking engagements into a solid career. I started a consulting company helping women rebuild their lives after difficult situations, whether financially or emotionally. Today, I make far more than the $100,000 Ken stole from me, In fact, the money he took now seems small compared to what I've achieved on my own. Not only did I recover, but I also became an inspiration for others. My name started to appear in magazines, blogs, and even on television shows, always telling the story of how I turned the tables. More than ever, I felt that I had something valuable to offer the world. Not just my revenge story, but a message of hope. The most ironic part? What Ken tried to take from me ended up being the catalyst for me finding a much bigger purpose in life. He tried to destroy me, but I rose from the ashes stronger than I ever imagined. While he continues to face legal and financial troubles, I'm here, living a life he could never have predicted. And today, in my speeches, I always end with the same phrase. Sometimes the worst thing that happens to you is what leads to your greatest triumph. That phrase has become my motto, a constant reminder that no matter how hard life tries to knock us down, we can rise up and achieve far more than what was taken from us. Now on to the next story. Story 7. My girlfriend wanted an open relationship, so I slept with her best friend. Now she's losing it. I'm 28, male, and up until recently, I thought I had a pretty solid relationship with my girlfriend, Camila. We've been together for 3 years, living together for 2. And honestly, everything was going great. Like, I was secretly checking out engagement rings on my lunch breaks, that kind of great. We met through mutual friends at a board game night. Super normal story. She laughed at my dumb jokes, I liked how she was super competitive at Monopoly, and we just clicked. Started dating pretty much right away. Got an apartment together after a year because it made sense. We were always at each other's places anyway. We had our routines, you know? Sunday morning pancakes, walking in the park after work, watching those terrible reality shows she loves while I play games on my phone. Normal couple stuff. Camila works in marketing, I'm a project manager in construction. We both have decent jobs, good friends, and our families get along great. My mom loves her, her dad always invites me to watch football. We were that couple that gave other people hope about relationships. Yeah, I know how that sounds now. Everything was perfectly normal until last Tuesday. We were having dinner. Camila was telling me about some work project, and I was halfway through my sandwich when she just goes, "What would you think about trying an open relationship?" I literally stopped mid-bite, like fork halfway to my mouth, just frozen there. I thought maybe I heard her wrong. But nope. She kept talking about how she'd been reading about it online, how lots of couples were trying it these days, how it could help us grow individually and make our relationship stronger. Is there someone specific you want to date? I asked because honestly that was my first thought. Who brings up open relationships unless they've got someone in mind, right? Camila got all defensive. No, it's not about anyone else. I just think it would be good for us to explore ourselves more. We're still young, and I don't want us to wake up in 10 years wondering what we missed out on. I sat there trying to process what was happening. This is the same girl who once got mad because a waitress smiled at me too much. Now, she's talking about dating other people like she's suggesting we try a new restaurant. Have you been feeling unhappy? I asked because maybe I'd missed something, maybe there were signs I should have seen. Not at all, she said, reaching across the table to grab my hand. I love you. I love us. This isn't about being unhappy. It's about making our relationship even better. Think about it. We could both have new experiences but still come home to each other. Lots of couples say it makes their connection stronger. I didn't know what to say. My brain stalled somewhere between confusion and panic. My appetite completely gone. The food in front of me might as well have been cardboard. Camila, on the other hand, was animated, practically glowing as she talked, going on about boundaries, rules, communication, but all I could think was, where is this coming from? And yet, yeah, I know this makes me sound like a complete pushover, but I said okay. Not because I wanted to, not because I believed in it, but because the sheer eagerness in her eyes, the way she leaned in, practically pleading for me to be on board, made it clear she had already decided. Saying no felt like shutting a door that she had no intention of closing. Are you sure you're okay with this? She asked, all wide-eyed concern, like she was giving me a real choice. We don't have to if you're not comfortable. I looked at her, at how desperate she seemed for me to agree, and somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew this wasn't really a choice. Whether I liked it or not, something was already shifting between us, and if I wanted to figure out what was really going on, I had to play along. "No, it's fine," I said, forcing a nod. "If you think it'll be good for us, we can try it." And just like that, I stepped into something I didn't believe in, knowing deep down I was already losing her. She got all excited, started talking about how we should set up dating app profiles together, how we should have a system for letting each other know when we have dates planned. All these details she seemed to have already thought about. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there wondering how long she'd been planning this. The rest of the night was weird. We watched TV like normal, but my mind was racing. Camila was cuddled up next to me on the couch, acting like everything was perfectly fine, like she hadn't just suggested completely changing our relationship. I kept wanting to take it back, to tell her I wasn't actually okay with it, but I didn't know how. Every time I looked at her, scrolling through her phone with this little smile on her face, I felt more and more like I had just made a huge mistake. That night, lying in bed, I couldn't sleep. Camila was out cold next to me, peaceful as could be, while I stared at the ceiling wondering what the hell I'd gotten myself into. Part of me wanted to wake her up and tell her no, that I didn't want to share her with anyone else, but another part of me was scared. Scared that if I said no, she'd do it anyway or leave me for someone else. So, I lay there running through every conversation we'd had recently, trying to figure out if there were signs I missed. Was she bored? Was I not enough? Was there already someone else? The questions kept coming and I had answers for none of them. Little did I know this was just the beginning of how messed up things were about to get. Things started changing the very next day. Camila spent the whole evening setting up her Tinder and Bumble profiles. Asking me to help pick photos like this was some totally normal thing for a boyfriend to do. She even asked me to take new pictures of her. Yeah, seriously. I played along, taking photos of my girlfriend so she could look good for other guys. I tried setting up my own profile too, just to show I was making an effort, but my heart wasn't in it. Every time I tried writing a bio, it felt weird and fake. What was I supposed to write? In a relationship but looking for fun? The whole thing made me feel gross. I think she knew that I wouldn't meet anyone because I'm not social and I don't have the time or energy to meet new people. I had told her that a couple of times, so she probably thought she could go on dates while keeping me as a backup plan. Camila got matches right away, obviously. She's gorgeous and fun. But what really got to me was how fast she started meeting these guys. Within a week, she had 3 dates lined up. 3. She'd show me their profiles like we were gossiping about celebrity crushes or something. "Look at this one," she'd say, shoving her phone in my face. "He's a personal trainer at that fancy gym downtown. We're getting coffee tomorrow." And I just nodded, trying to act like this was totally cool and normal. The first time she got ready for a date, I felt sick to my stomach. She wore this black dress I had never seen before. Yeah. She bought new clothes for this and spent almost an hour doing her makeup. When she walked out of our bedroom, she did a little twirl. "How do I look?" she asked, all excited. "Great," I managed to say, while thinking about how that dress probably cost more than what she usually spent on our date nights. She came home late that night, all giggly and happy. I pretended to be asleep when she got into bed, but I heard her texting someone for like an hour. The next morning, she was humming while making coffee, acting like everything was perfect. I started paying attention to her schedule. Monday, it was coffee with the gym guy, dinner with some lawyer. Friday, drinks with a guy who owned a food truck. Yeah, the variety was interesting. Each time she came home, she looked like she had the time of her life. I started checking the location she was tagging on Instagram. Not my proudest moment, but I needed to know what was really going on. One night, I actually drove by the restaurant where she said she was having dinner. I saw her sitting at the bar with some tall guy in a suit, laughing at whatever he was saying. She had her hand on his arm, looking at him the way she used to look at me. The worst part wasn't even seeing her with these guys. It was how she changed at home. She started spending way less time with me. No more cuddles. She was always texting someone. Our Sunday pancake tradition forgotten because now she was meeting the girls for brunch. I tried talking to her about it once. "Don't you think you're going on a lot of dates?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She looked at me like I was being ridiculous. "That's the whole point of an open relationship, isn't it? To meet new people and have experiences. You should try it too." I can help you with your profile if you want. But I didn't want to help with my profile. I wanted my girlfriend back. I wanted the person who used to get excited about ordering pizza and watching bad movies with me, not this new version of her who was always dressed up and heading out the door. I needed to vent. I couldn't keep watching her go out almost every night, getting all dressed up like it was a first date, coming home late with that satisfied smile, and acting like everything was fine. The house felt empty even when she was there. I felt like a ghost in my own relationship, like an extra in her life. One Saturday night, I decided to call my friends for a drink. We always met up, but it had been a while since I really talked to them about what was going on. As soon as I sat down at the bar, after my second beer, the truth started spilling out. I can't take this whole open relationship thing anymore, I blurted out, leaning my elbows on the table. Camila is going out with new guys every week. She's lost count of how many dates she's had. Meanwhile, I'm here pretending everything's fine while I spend my nights alone. My friends exchanged glances. Raphael, the most straightforward one in the group, didn't hesitate to speak up. Dude, if you're in an open relationship, take advantage of it. Stop suffering alone. Take advantage? How? I shot back. Do you think I feel like going out and hooking up with random people? I never wanted this in the first place. Mateus, the calmer one, tried a different approach. Look, I get that this wasn't your choice, but since she's going all in on this, you have to stop torturing yourself. Play the game. See what it's like. If it doesn't work out, at least you tried. I don't have the energy for this, I sighed. Then let's do this, Raphael said, pulling out his phone. We'll help you. You're gonna put up some decent pictures on Tinder. Write a bio that doesn't sound like it was written by someone having a breakdown and see what happens. Guys, I tried to protest, but it was already too late. They grabbed my phone and started fixing my profile. They picked photos where I looked happy and relaxed. Wrote a bio that sounded way more confident than I actually felt. Project manager, lover of bad movies and strong coffee. If you enjoy good conversations and easy laughs, we already have something in common. I watched as they handled the app like it was a game. Within minutes, I already had a few matches, but my heart wasn't in it. Still, I didn't want to be the guy who complains and does nothing to change his situation. The next few days were weird. I kept seeing Camila go out, trying to ignore the feeling that I was being left behind. My friends kept pushing me to give Tinder a real shot. Then, one night, while swiping half-heartedly, something made me stop. It was one of Camila's friends, not one of her closest ones, but I had seen her at parties and gatherings. She had always been nice, always greeted me with a smile, and now here she was, giving me a match. My first reaction was that this was completely wrong. Meeting new people was one thing, but going out with someone who, in some way, was part of Camila's circle, that felt like crossing a line. Or was she even my girlfriend anymore? I didn't even know how to define what we were at this point. I showed the profile to my friends, expecting them to tell me it was a terrible idea. This is too much, right? I asked, holding out my phone. Raphael took the phone from my hand, looked at the profile, and shrugged. So what if she matched with you? She's interested. But she's Camila's friend. Friend or just an acquaintance? Mateus corrected. Because from what I remember, you never really talked to her much. Even so, it feels wrong, I insisted. Dude, Camila is out there living her best life, and you're worried about what's right or wrong? Raphael laughed. You're not cheating on anyone. It's just a match. At most, just send her a message and see what happens. I still hesitated, but deep down I knew they were right. Camila had already moved on without looking back. I was holding on to something that clearly didn't exist anymore. I took a deep breath and sent a simple message. Hey, looks like Tinder decided to introduce us officially. The message was marked as read within seconds. Yeah, looks like it, she replied with a winking face. My heart beat a little faster, but for a different reason this time. It was a mix of nerves and curiosity. I had no idea where this was going to lead, but for the first time in weeks, I felt like I was stepping out of the background in my own life. We agreed to meet for coffee, something simple, nothing too serious, just a conversation to see if there was actually a connection or if it was just one of those matches that never make it past the chat. I still felt a little conflicted about the situation. After all, she was Camila's friend, but at the same time, something inside me wanted to move on. When I arrived at the cafe, she was already there, sitting by the window. She smiled when she saw me and waved. I walked over, and for the first time in a long time, I felt light, without that constant weight on my chest. "I was curious to see if you'd actually show up," she said with a playful smile. "Almost didn't," I admitted, chuckling. "But Raphael and Mateus wouldn't stop pushing me, so here I am." "Well, your friends are smart," she joked, picking up the menu. The conversation flowed naturally without the awkwardness I had expected. We talked about everything and nothing, laughed about terrible date stories, and shared our thoughts on how crazy modern dating had become. At some point, I realized I was laughing for real, without forcing it, without pretending to be okay. She was different from Camila. Where Camila always needed something new, something exciting, something to keep her constantly moving, she seemed more grounded, more interested in connection than in novelty. It was comfortable. Before leaving, we agreed to meet again. No expectations, just another night out. The second time, things were closer. Coffee turned into drinks at a bar, and the conversation stretched late into the night. There was an undeniable tension, a mutual curiosity. There was no rush, but the attraction was there. At one point, while talking about how modern relationships felt like a constant guessing game, I made a joke about how hard it was to know what people really wanted. She laughed, shaking her head. Sometimes the most obvious things are the hardest to see. The way she looked at me in that moment, I knew. The kiss happened naturally, without hesitation. It wasn't just desire. It was the feeling of being seen, of being valued. I wasn't just someone's backup plan. In that moment, I mattered, and that changed everything. The shift in me was immediate. For the first time since this whole open relationship mess started, I wasn't living in Camila's shadow. I felt good, free. I stopped caring about what she was doing when she went on her dates. I no longer sat there torturing myself wondering who she was laughing with, who she was touching, what she was doing. For the first time, I simply didn't care. And Camila noticed. At first, it was subtle. She realized I wasn't asking questions anymore, that I wasn't waiting around for her to come home. When she talked about her dates, I just nodded, uninterested. Then, she started asking more about me, about my nights, about my schedule. One night, when I came home late, she casually mentioned, "You never used to stay out this late." I shrugged. Things change. That bothered her. I could see it in her eyes, but she didn't say anything. Not yet. Until one night, she finally snapped. I was sitting on the couch, relaxed, when Camila walked in and crossed her arms. "Who are you seeing?" I looked up from my phone, surprised. "What? You heard me. Who are you seeing?" she demanded, her eyes flashing with irritation. I smirked, shaking my head. "Oh, so now you care? Don't dodge the question. I want to know who it is." I could have lied. I could have made something up to avoid the drama. But at that moment, I didn't feel like I owed her anything. "You know her." Silence fell between us. Her face went stiff. "Oh." I crossed my arms, meeting her gaze head-on. "Your friend." It was like I had just thrown gasoline on a fire. Camila turned red instantly, her eyes widening in pure shock before she exploded. "You're seeing my friend?" I stayed where I was, watching as she completely lost it, waving her arms around, pacing back and forth like she was trying to process what I had just said. "How could you? Do you have any idea how messed up that is?" "Messed up?" I let out a dry laugh. "Funny coming from you." "This isn't funny." "Of course it's not. But you can go out with as many guys as you want, get all dressed up for your dates, come home giggling and happy, and I have to just accept it. But when I do the same with someone you know, suddenly it's unacceptable." She opened her mouth to argue, but nothing came out because she knew I was right. "It's different," she finally yelled. "No, Camila, it's not." She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, but I could see her hands shaking with rage. "How did this happen?" I shrugged. "The same way it happened with the guys on your Tinder. We met up, we talked, we liked each other. And you know what? She treats me better than you have in months." Camila clenched her teeth. You did this just to get back at me. I laughed, shaking my head in disbelief. Do you really think everything revolves around you? This has nothing to do with you, Camila. For the first time in months, I feel good. I feel valued. She stayed quiet, her eyes filled with something that looked like a mix of fury and insecurity. I don't believe this. Yeah, well, I didn't believe it either when you suggested this whole open relationship crap. But now? Well, I guess I finally get it. She stood there staring at me, searching for something to say, but there was nothing left to say. She wanted an open relationship, she got one. But now she was seeing the other side of it. And for the first time, I wasn't the one losing in this story. The argument with Camila didn't end that night. In the following days, the tension between us became unbearable. She treated me with cold indifference, ignoring my presence when we were in the same room. And when she did speak to me, it was only to throw bitter, sarcastic remarks. At first, I tried to stay calm. After all, I wasn't doing anything outside the rules she had set herself. But the more time passed, the clearer it became that Camila wasn't handling the situation maturely. She started trying to provoke me, coming home late and talking loudly on the phone about her dates, exaggerating details as if she wanted to make sure I heard. He took me to this amazing restaurant last night. It was so romantic. I didn't respond, not because it bothered me, but because I genuinely didn't care anymore. What really made me realize our relationship was beyond saving was the day she completely lost control. I was getting ready to go out when Camila blocked the door. You're not going out with her again. I crossed my arms, already tired of her games. And why not? Because it's wrong. Funny to hear that from you, I said with a humorless laugh. You can go out with whoever you want, but I can't see your friend? She was my friend. The word lingered between us because it was true. She wasn't hers anymore. She had chosen to be with me. Camila clenched her fists, shaking with anger. You're doing this to hurt me. No, Camila. I'm doing this because you opened this door. You want an open relationship, I agreed. Now that the rules don't favor you anymore, you're losing it. She didn't answer. She knew I was right. At that moment, I knew for sure that I needed to end this once and for all. I can't do this anymore. She blinked, caught off guard. What? I'm breaking up with you. The shock on her face almost made me laugh. Maybe she thought, for some reason, that I would never leave, that she would always be in control, that she could keep playing her games without consequences. You're leaving me for her? She asked, her voice wavering between anger and desperation. No, I'm leaving you because I finally see how toxic you are. You never wanted an open relationship. You wanted freedom to do whatever you wanted while I stayed here waiting like a fool. And when you realized I could also find someone, you lost your mind. She opened and closed her mouth a few times, searching for something to say, but nothing came out. You can't just leave me for her. I'm not leaving you for her. I'm leaving you because I should have done it a long time ago. I stepped past her and walked out. For the first time in a long time, I felt free. The next few days were strangely peaceful. Camila, of course, tried to reach out. She sent messages, some angry, others trying to manipulate the situation. Do you really prefer her over me after everything we've been through? You're a traitor. I never replied. I owed her nothing. Meanwhile, my relationship with her friend grew. At first, we were just getting to know each other, no rush, no labels, but soon it became clear that we were good together. She didn't play games. She didn't try to manipulate me. I didn't have to feel inferior or constantly compete for attention. With her, I felt good. Camila never accepted it. Even after months, she still got furious whenever she found out we were together. Mutual friends told me she constantly complained, saying I had humiliated her and that she would never forgive this betrayal. But the irony is that she chose this outcome herself. She wanted an open relationship. She wanted to explore new experiences. She wanted freedom without consequences. She just never imagined I would find someone who truly valued me. And now she had to live with it. As for me, I was finally at peace. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.